Welcome back, everyone. We're going to be heading into another quarterfinal here. Obviously, we've seen the results of two. There was a very dominant 2-0 in the previous game, and now we get to see how these final two quarterfinal matches do check out and do kind of kick off. But Charlie, how are we feeling heading into Partizan versus FUT?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because I think yesterday we got to obviously finish out the round of 16, and we were sort of discussing some of these quarterfinals and what we were coming to expect from them. And I don't really think either of us were probably thinking that the Arbiter ESC game was going to be anything but a close affair, and here we are, just 7 rounds found in total from ESC. Batera have been, honestly, taking down some pretty heavy hitters here. TNL besting them 2-1. Obviously, taking down ESC, who've been on some superb form. Now advancing to that semi-final. I mean, this is a really scary look for Batera right now. But I'll be honest, I'm probably not going to sway away from what we initially said yesterday. I am still looking at these final two, Partizan versus FUT and Fnatic versus Nemiga, as going to be close affairs. And like I said, I will be surprised if it's anything but that, because all of these teams are reasonably evenly ranked. Even Partizan, who I probably would come into this game most of the time and say I probably would give FUT a slight edge. I just think they've taken down Bedboom just in the round of 16. It's difficult to sort of bet against a lot of these teams right now. They're coming into this quarterfinals, and I think all of them are bringing a lot of heat.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think it's got to be said for especially in this game. I feel like both Partizan and FUT have something to prove. They've got something to show. I think they've both very formidable teams. Both have obviously made maybe not so kind of recent roster changes. Launix has been brought in to kind of strengthen up this side. Zugis as well is a player that I feel like so far he's looking really, really good at the moment, and I think certainly someone to note. Obviously, though, we can bring up the rosters for both these teams, and kicking things off, we have got FUT. But yeah, so we've got Krebeni, Zuga, Symmetry, Demon, and Launix. As I mentioned, Launix, the newest addition to this roster, kind of trying to fill the shoes of Makazi, and I think we all know the difficulties there. But as I mentioned, Zugis didn't have the most amazing stats when previously kind of on this Na'Vi Junior roster, and I think a lot of the time it's because Makazi was just getting all the frags, but recently has been on an upward trend. I think the rest of the team have looked really good as well. But is there anyone you want to point out?
Yeah, I think Symmetry's probably going to be the player I want to highlight most of the time. I sort of highlighted him a fair share on Na'Vi Junior as well. I think there is still a really good player in there, and I think deservedly is still being given the chance. He's just 17 years old. We do still have really, really good maps from Symmetry where you're like, wow, I mean, this guy's unreal. But also, you do occasionally just have the couple of games where it's a little bit absent, quite quiet. I mean, we saw it against Spirit Academy here. Sort of just 8-2 in a map that they ended up winning pretty dominantly. And it's just sometimes you can feel like Symmetry's not maybe getting as involved as you would like him to. And that's just one thing that, don't get me wrong, like I said, I think there's still a lot of time for him to develop. I think there's still a lot of time for all of these guys really to grow. But Symmetry is someone that I think can have just as much impact as someone like Mikazi probably did, but just consistency feels like the biggest issue for him right now, and I'm hoping that we are going to get to see a little bit more from him today, because I think on the flip side of things, you've obviously got Aid Kit there, and I think that's going to be an exciting open duel sort of Aid Kit coming into this team, a bit of a new face. His forms really started to turn around, and when he'd been playing better, so have Partizan. So I think I want to see a bit more from both Orpers. I love talking about the open duel, so I'm excited about what we see in that department at least.
Yeah, definitely. What a pickup for FUT though, right? What an incredible roster for them to kind of now have. So I've got to say, I think for them, a very strong looking team. On the flip side, though, we'll bring up Partizan. I think this is a roster that both of us know very well. I guess the one player that they brought in recently, we don't have the kind of most knowledge of. Not to say that we haven't seen Aid Kit back on this same roster. Obviously played for iNation, so he would have had, you know, the same teammates and stuff like that. We've seen a lot from Aid Kit, but he's going to be the difference maker here, because obviously he's kind of taken over from Depression on the AWP. I think Depression, he would have good games, he would have bad games. Consistency was the big issue, but what are we thinking about this roster? Are we feeling like this is a more consistent Partizan? Are we feeling like Partizan now are in a better place than where they were before this roster move?
Yeah, I probably do think so. Like you said, Depression was a little bit up and down, and probably for a similar reason. Depression was very passive, and just naturally due to some games and being quite timid with the AWP, you could see a few moments where if he's very aggressive and his CT side open, you just sometimes see the round sort of done before he really gets involved at all. And it sort of felt like we didn't get to see the most out of him there. Aidkin felt a little bit similar when he first came in. I just got to watch the first few games that he played, and I was like, oh, I don't know if this is necessarily the pickup that they need, but obviously it was still early doors. Last few series, though, I mean, we've seen some really big moments from Aidkit, sort of against some of the big teams here, and that's what I think Partizan did just need. Sometimes it does feel like this roster can lack a bit of firepower when Dragon isn't stepping up, or when one of the other players isn't having big moments, and that's the thing. Everyone on Partizan always had the ability to, yeah, I can win us a game. The issue is, you can't really rely on sort of, oh, I can do this, but I don't do it consistently. And it's sort of, if Dragon isn't stepping up, it does feel like this team is lacking something. And it feels like Aidkit now is starting to see his form turn around. And it goes hand in hand with when Partizan have been able to make this brilliant run here into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, obviously for Partizan, it's not going to be an easy opponent here today. They have faced off against the main core back in June in a best-of-3 format, of which Partizan did lose. They lost 2-0 on both Ancient and Dust 2. Two of those maps do feature here today. Obviously, the only difference being Mirage, but obviously that's the pick of this FUT side. So I feel like you're looking at previous games, obviously different rosters and different iterations for both sides. So I think we are going to be seeing maybe a different scoreline potentially, but obviously, Charlie, I feel like the main core of FUT has remained. This is a very strong-looking team as well. Launix as the 5th, certainly a player in his own right, certainly a really impressive individual. Are we both in the same boat, thinking that FUT have the slight favouring, or are you going to be swaying a little bit more towards Partizan?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. Like I said, I do think FUT will just naturally have the favouring coming into this one. Partizan, we've seen far more inconsistency from them in the last few months, but it's more so what I'm seeing in the here and now at the Proving Grounds. Look, you see them lose towards Sinners, you see them lose towards Patera. Since then, though, taking down Apogee, taking down Copenhagen Wolves, taking down Bet Boom, I can't really count this team out. I think it's going to be a more competitive game that I think a lot of people are going to be expecting, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see all 3 maps.
Well, the bomb's down on the B-bomb site. Although we see Dragon get the opener, he has been taken down now by Symmetry. Something that I want to recognize and want to point out, Symmetry on nearly every T-side pistol has this P250 in play. It's a staple of this FUT side's T-side pistol, and I really like the idea of it. But Vladen, he's been patient here in Apartments, and now it is that P250 of Symmetry. All that resides, Collins gets his second, and Partizan with the pistol.
Yeah, clean one as well. 4 survivors for them. Partizan, exactly what they do need. This is FUT's map selection. Of course, we've got Partizan picking Dust. I think it's going to be a great... Honestly, I'm loving the vetoes that we're actually getting to see here. I feel like it's a lot of maps where we can see some of these individuals shine. And I think for a team like FUT, who I was really hoping this Na'Vi Junior side would stick together. Don't get quite the full lineup, but 80% is certainly not bad. So I am happy to see these guys still play with one another. And I think when you look at Mirage and you look at Dust, even when you look at Ancient as well, these vetoes feel really close between both teams in the sort of statistics department at least. And it sort of does make me believe that there's all the chance both these teams can take this series in a 2-0. There's plenty of chances this could be a 3-mapper. And I think when you're in a quarterfinal here, and there's already some teams claiming that those semi-final spots, this is exactly what you want, isn't it? You don't want any sort of, this veto's looking a bit dodgy for this team. It's certainly not here.
No, exactly. I feel like we want a fair veto. We want an even game. We want it to be based off individuals. We don't want to just have one team with such an advantage based on kind of seniority, based on history of these maps. So I do like what we're seeing in the vetoes. Aidkit, though, is in a decent position here. Demon aggressing out of Apartments. Timing looks good for Demon. Might be able to get a second. He does, in fact. Demon has been really key for this roster, but Demon not in an easy spot. It is this 1v3 now.
There's some great work with this Max and will eventually be taken down, of course. Felt like there was always a time limit on how much work he could do, but 3 kills found. Even in the 5 vs 3, finds a couple. His teammates all fall around him. 1v3 for Demon. He still finds another frag. We'll just keep this money of Partizan pretty low, while also allowing him to bring out this AK.
Obviously,
take pause here.
Yeah, well, I wanted to mention, obviously for Demon, Demon has kind of, I don't want to say he's filled the gap for for Makazi. I think not only would that be a kind of disproportionate evaluation, but I also feel like it'd be a little bit disrespectful. I feel like what Makazi did for this roster was ridiculous, and there's a reason he's moved to this tier 1, kind of, I guess, tier 1 standpoint now. But Demon has looked really good. He's got a 1.21 rating. Not to say that Demon wouldn't have those types of ratings or wouldn't have those types of games, but it's clear that ever since the kind of the departure and the change of kind of just the change of I guess personnel on the roster, that has been a real change. Because you look back to his last 12 months, the stats there, he's got a 1.13 rating. You look to the last 3, he's got a 1.21. You look back to 2024, 1.07. Obviously, wasn't playing all too much in 2023. Obviously, I feel like this is where, for Demon, he was kind of just starting his career. He would have been, what, 13? No, 13? He would have been about 15, 16 years old, so still very inexperienced. But he had a 0.98 rating there. I feel like when you see the real difference and the real improvement, literally just from this year alone, and from the last, 6 months, the last 3 months, Demon's moved and kind of grown to this real, fragging potential. And I like the fact that there's moments where he's now really stepping up. He's really kind of in the limelight, because I think it's something that FUT, I don't want to say they lacked when Makazi was missing in games, but you could see a real difference, couldn't you?
Yeah, at times, but I do definitely think this whole team has always had the ability to, even if Makazi is absent, it doesn't really matter all too much. But I mean, that's the thing. All of these guys are still so young. We are going to see people like Demon who, even though he's playing outrageous levels of Counter-Strike now, can easily play 10 times better than he is in a few years' time. And that's the impressive thing. It's still so much room for these guys to grow. And I definitely do feel like Demon certainly has filled some of those shoes, at least. This round's a little bit dicey. Demon has found one. Symmetry with the Glock. He gets one of his own. So it is just the eco around this hero AK from Demon, and has been brought a little bit closer. Great find from Demon. Quick headshot to aid kit.
He is such a talent here. Even he's given his team a real chance in this round, and that's exactly what they need. Kindo has been spotted. Kindo's got to be cautious, because obviously he wants to go for this fight, just because if he gets it, obviously it's brought down to a 2 versus 2. The risk is he loses his life, he puts his teammate in a 1 versus 3, and that just can't be done at the moment. And that's why we're seeing Vladden on a flank, wanting to get himself into a fortunate position for this retake.
Yeah, Kindo not showing anything. Symmetry is starting to have a glance towards ramp, and Vladden's actually going to head towards Palace. We are seeing Demon have a look every now and again. We haven't seen any presence from Kindo, so the T's aren't quite aware of this yet. Demon, sadly, was looking towards Palace, but timing's not on his side. It's all on Symmetry. We'll find one onto Vladden, and the Deagle of Symmetry connects. I said I want to see a bit more from this guy in this game. 3 kills with a Deagle is exactly that. That's an eco around a hero AK. I mean, Demon finds a nice couple of kills, but it's Symmetry that steals the show. 1v2 from him there as well. Partizan. That was meant to be the easy round. They bested the force by just to lose to that.
Yeah, the devastating thing as well is, okay, yeah, Demon had some good moments with the AK, but when it mattered, Symmetry on the Deeg. Great double there from Symmetry. And again, for Partizan, finances for aid kit, it's enough to buy, but I think this is where aid kit's thinking, well, actually, if we eco, I can get an AWP in the next. Can we do that? I'd prefer that. I think that's it's an interesting call, and maybe one that Partizan might regret later on, but I actually don't mind the idea of the eco. I think it is the right way to play this one.
Things are being discussed, and it does look like they are going to go down that route. But they can pretty quickly level up this game. This is obviously their map pick. I don't necessarily think it's this is a must-win map for them. I don't necessarily think if they lose this, that's the series done, and I think that's what we were talking about. These maps are so even that I think even if you do drop out of one map, you can certainly bounce back in the next. The Zeus of aid kit will find Krabetti. Launex take a decent bit of damage. Surely we're not going to see another eco victory.
Oh, we certainly could. I feel like this quarterfinal game has the idea for absolutely anything, right?
8kit does have an HE grenade, and 2 people could go down to this.
Checking Dragon.
It's just the final 2 low HP players. 8kit still has this nade in hands, but
so
3
rough.
quick kills.
Speaking of nades, though, Demon, that's the plan tonight. Lounix does have time, but 8kit puts himself in a very fortunate and very winnable 1 versus 1. Lounix, he needs to hit this instant headshot. Oh, Lounix, he's brought 8kit down to 19 points of health. That is 1 bullet now connecting. Ammunition. That's the issue. That's why he's brought out the Glock. And he goes for the swing and he gets the kill. Oh, 8kit, you're against a 10 HP Lounix. You just need to connect 1 bullet. He even fires as well. It's just a regular fight. It starts with the Zeus, and it seems so promising for Partizan. They've dealt great damage. It was brought down to a 1v1. They're not going to be disappointed, but it's the idea that they really should have won that round.
Yeah, they had sort of so much at their disposal. I didn't think if 8kit threw the nade earlier, that could have been a difference as well. But I suppose it was an eco. You did so much damage. So leveled up scoreline again, and money for the T's isn't quite where they'd like it to be now, as everyone's got nothing in the bank. We actually have seen these 2 play head-to-heads before. Not been for a long time though. It's been when FUT were actually Na'Vi Junior. 2 series, 2 wins for FUT there. Well, fairly close games though, so I'm expecting something a bit similar here. So, leaning towards A now. Lounix lurking out towards middle. And it does feel like with the limited util that remains, if this hit doesn't work out, you don't have a lot to play with. Kindo off angle finds Ingest.
To deal with Kindo, but it's really struggling. The rotations now coming through. Collins finding as well. Dragon towards default. This is a great defensive approach, and they go for the double swing, and Lounix here towards middle, completely alone, hoping for his teammates to step up in that moment, but they don't. They fall flat. And this 1 versus 5, never gonna happen.
Yeah, that round made quite a bit easier just due to the lack of utility. Partizan, obviously, almost winning that full eco with just a Zeus. It made things very costly for FUT, and they were missing some vital pieces, and it allowed Partizan to go on to take that round without too many issues. It was just the AHQ. There wasn't as much util as you would have liked to see. Partizan had a lot of bodies over towards that side of the map. Kindo with a big hold there, triple kill from him. Partizan do deny allowing FUT to take the lead here. And it's going to have to be a force buy.
Obviously for the force here from FUT, Lounix does have this saved AK, but there's the Eagles across the board. Krebeni with a Tech 9. Zugis and Krebeni yet to find a frag. Bit of a slow start for these 2, and I like the idea and the approach here from Lounix. Crosshair placement looks good. Going for the quick tap, and then backs away once the missed opportunity happens.
They're just going to remain here, jiggling now. Molotov in hand. The T's will back away from A. Going to set their sights elsewhere to look to see what they can do. Not a huge amount of util left here for FUT. Smoke Molly and a couple of flashbangs is what they will have to work with. He's going to line up towards this playthrough B. Vladin still with an HG grenade. Same with Aid Kit.
Krebeni looking to lurk through the con smoke while the rest of his team makes their way out of B. Vladin just trying to keep himself alive as long as possible here. Krebeni, though, is taking this positive space. But Collins ready and waiting there in jungle. But clearly not applying enough pressure to cause rotations, and that's because no one's actually out of apartments yet. But Bladen under pressure here will be able to get the first. A-Kit as well from short. Nice find. Demon though on the Deagle. Surely not another. They put Symmetry in a 1 versus 4. Symmetry gonna have a molly at his feet shortly. Spotted out the AWP. Here's the steps of Collins. Molotov landing. Nade as well. Rings wide, but Symmetry taken down. Dragon will find 4 survivors here. Partizan, things are looking good.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, it all sort of stemmed from that close eco that Partizan almost won. It made the next full buy not great for FUT. They didn't have as much util as they wanted. It also forced them into the full investment in that round. And now it's just going to need to be the eco. So despite not actually winning the round, they found so much success off of the back of it. It'll allow them to get this 5-2 lead on Mirage. Obviously, we know that a lot of teams do quite heavily favour the CT side of this map. FUT are not an outlier there. They do have a pretty good T side, but equally really heavily favour this the CT side, similar to Partizan. Obviously, Partizan have actually been on some reasonably decent Mirage form as of late, winning 3 of the last 4 series, one of which 13-9 against Bet Boom. And I think we will have a round restart here. No damage has been taken. This is actually really unfortunate for FUT, because this is an eco they took a lot of nice space. But there's not a lot you can do with it. It's sort of, that's how the rules work, I'm afraid. We might be 40 seconds into the round, but still no one's taking damage. Just been that disconnect.
Yeah, well, I guess if anything, it's probably quite a good thing for FUT, because they actually, they take all that space. And if anything, they get like an extra minute with that information. I doubt Partizan are going to be playing the round exactly the same. But it's still that kind of thing of, well, if they look to play passively on that round, they might look to play passively again. So FUT are going to have a good indication, or maybe a good idea of where that space will be still possible to take. So, you know, it could be something where FUT, they still make use of that intel.
Wasn't a huge amount invested anyway, but we'll see the guns being bought back up. So you did see Vladen actually buy, so one more round restart before we are underway here.
Ooh. Well, just as one man re-enters, one man leaves, as we have seen Aid Kit disconnect. That's unfortunate.
That's been a good start here for Partizan. This is something that they need to continue. FUT have had a really good CT side, so I think Partizan have got to make sure they've got equally one as good to deny FUT creating too much turmoil when they move on to that second half.
As mentioned, though, we said FUT, they were able to take a lot of decent space. They've got that information. Are they going to be finding much from it, though, is the question.
Still should be Partizan on the board for 5. Dragon searching early towards middle, nothing spotted. FUT not emerging here just yet. The nade into underpass. Slightly too late. And yeah, similar thing, we will see Alex boosted up here. Can't take all this space. Collins' timing has not favoured him at all.
Alex, I think there was a half second when Launix went, wait, am I a CT or a T? It's kind of just that weird question of, well, I'm in market in the first 15 seconds or the first 20, 30 seconds of the round. Am I meant to be here? Am I on the CT side? Yeah,
he's got the round in the palm of his hands. Or Vladen, sorry, that is the bomb going down. Launex, so much brilliant space taken, but the bombs dropped in apartments.
Still recoverable, but not going to be easy. Launex going to push through this. Krebeni. An aid kit here. Great dig shot, but that is the bomb. Okay. It's been caught. Kindo not quick enough. Aid kit now repositioning. He's broken the vent, so that's why we're seeing Launex plant safe. Gonna need the ace to clutch this one out now. Molly landing to default. He's holding towards apartments. He knows one's towards short, and he's just put out Kindo with the missed shots from Launex. He's messed this one up. He had such a good chance. Kindo wasn't even holding. Launex should have been able to find that kill, and he knew exactly where aid kit was because of the trajectory of the molly. That should have been a 1v1 with informational advantage there for Launex. I don't really know how those missed shots have come through. Look, it happens, but either way, that would have been a great moment for FUT to kind of reclaim that lost ground after losing 4 players against that eco.
Yeah, that's really unlucky because you consider the shots they hit beforehand as well. I mean, he turned a full eco into a round that was certainly possible. And if you do consider if Kindo goes down there, you've got AK who's got an AWP and a deagle. Launex doesn't have armor, but an AWP and a deagle don't exactly seem like the worst of weapons to have no armor against. So he certainly could have had the chance that one still went the way of FUT. But like you said, shots just not connected. And the lack of armor, as soon as Kindo was able to hit him once, it was essentially all said and done there. But I mean, it is the 5-2 that we were expecting, certainly not in the fashion that we were. Some of these ecos have been very, very close that we've seen this game. Well, it's going to be a bit of a brawl in middle by the looks of things. Aggression here from the CT. The flashbangs are blinding absolutely everyone. Krebeni will spot. Collins out slightly in between flashbangs, but he's unable to get any clear sightline or fight. CTs do still want to fight this by the looks of things.
I feel like they have the opportunity because they are playing just better in general. The individuals are looking much better and they're feeling a lot more confident. So players like AidKit, like Kindo, like Vladen, they're going to be more willing to swing towards middle. But a moment like that for Dragon, I guess a bit of a humbling moment as we see the fight there go against him. But again, we got double top com. We've got Kindo in mid. Vladen patiently defending. Oh, Krebeni, did he not spot him? Okay, well, certainly hasn't. Vladen, lovely kill there. Kindo. Oh, Kindo's dealt with. They still know where Vladen is. Obviously, he was the one that got the kill from short. But Collins, he's going to be the difference maker. Spots out the bomb carrier. Bit of an awkward fight, which Launex is successful. And it's Vladen in a 1 versus 3. Bomb's been recovered. Smoke landing towards top con and Molly in jungle. And he's given away the game plan. Partizan just going to have to save here. At least you'd assume Vladen would just be saving. Ooh. That's a lot of damage.
Launex push through the smoke slightly too late. Vladen is able to back away, but I don't know for how long. It do look like they want to take away this weapon.
You can certainly understand why as well. They're allowing for an AWP to be brought across. Money's still pretty decent. Aid kit can drop over to Dragon and to Vladen if needed.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised money's that good considering the amount of damage Launex did in the last, but seemingly more than enough money to play with. Got the AWP saved across.
There's been a lot of kind of 4-player survive, 5-player survive moments here for Partizan. I think we do have to remember that.
And obviously important round 4 FUT to win in the last. Anyway, just to keep this game looking a little bit closer. In the apartments, will drop smoke, perfectly timed nade, so much damage to Demon, a little bit to Launex. And Ingest, the play comes through, Vladen here on the balcony. Boss out 1, can't find anything though. And it's just the usual damage that he's going to be able to provide to his team here, at least. Aid kits rotated in, there is a player in the apartments, Aid kits getting pressured, too many angles, doesn't want to swing in any of them. And a 3-on-3 with Zugis being low. Well, just through market here, but hadn't just cleared the angle where Zugis is.
Yeah, nice from Zugis. Obviously, he's had a slow start. Krabeni's been really struggling. Krabeni's yet to find a frag.
I mean, so was Zugis before this round. He's found a double hit. Both players with some pretty tough starts, but massive round from one of them.
Yeah, obviously for Zugis, better late than never.
And just third as well hit. Wouldn't have a chance to take down Kindo. That is FUT bringing this scoreline just one round away from one another. This is where Partizan are debating exactly what to do. I mean, Dragon can buy an M4 if he wants. They're actually going to half buy around this. Could have seen Kindo drop over a rifle. Could have seen Dragon bring out an M4. But they want to give themselves a decent chance in this one, as well as see if they can go for a full buy in the next as well. So it's not too bad a buy here that we're seeing. Nothing fancy from FUT. It's just going to be the playthrough away. Kindo, the rifle gets taken down early. We still do have the open play of aid kit, but it feels like an instant save as he was the only player towards B. Dragon will spot out two.
He finds both. Brilliant from Dragon. Taken down by Symmetry. This game was looking pretty promising for Partizan. It was looking pretty good for them, and we're in a 5-5 scoreline now. Do you feel the same way? Do you feel like Partizan actually had a good look into the CT side, and it feels like it slipped away from them?
Yeah, I mean, to a certain degree. It feels like a lot of these rounds have been close at times. It feels like Partizan certainly did have chances to maybe capitalize a little bit more than they did. You even look at the B rush where Zugis finds the triple. That one started off with a man advantage for Partizan. Vlad doing so much damage, but on the balcony he just couldn't find anything. Even though he wasn't cleared initially. And you feel like if Vlad finds one there, that's probably at least one. That's probably around that we do end up seeing Partizan go on to win. It's just these sort of fine margins that are making all the difference in this one so far. It feels like both teams have had opportunities. Both teams have missed opportunities. 2 rounds remaining. That was obviously just a half buy for Partizan. Can still bring out an investment here.
Obviously, though, that's 3 in a row now for FUT. Again, I mentioned they've kind of reclaimed that mistake of that eco. And I guess if you take that eco into account for why Partizan were able to get a few rounds in a row, then I think we'd have to say that without that kind of eco success, would we see Partizan having, you know, a competitive one?
Kindo. Opening kill. Dragon did have a couple of chances, but just backed away at the worst time. But it's still an advantage for the CTs, but not for long as aid kit does get found by Krabeni. Krabeni's looking for another here towards short. Dragon is away. Is Dragon going to push through this smoke?
Oh, Dragon, he's got the bomb now. He's searching for a second, though. He wants 2. He will get 2, though. Demon, quick to react. Taken down, though.
Though.
Yeah. Well, look, Dragon's taking his time. He's ensured that he can get that double kill. So he set up for it. Did find it. Oh, Kindo's gun barrel's just been spotted there by Zugis. Zugis gonna look to elevate. He does have a molly and a nade. Oh, this is all gonna be about timing. I don't know how you play this differently if you're Kindo. Gonna right click a Molotov, but Kindo's just gonna peek beforehand. He hears the incendiary, or he hears the Molotov coming his way. So he just goes for the peek, knowing that he's not gonna have his gun out. That is devastating. Always such a difficult way to play those types of rounds.
Well, Partizan ensure that this half at least is going to be even. Final round of play, both teams have everything they could really want. Apart from maybe a couple of pieces of util on FUT, but apart from that, still certainly can do some damage here. Chip damage through the smokes. Dragon's here behind this short volley again. We'll find the first. Players line up. Dragon could have found 3 there, but ammo the biggest issue as to why he couldn't find symmetry.
I always see little moments like that, and it always makes me think, God, is the A1S really that much more important? Is the spray that much easier? Is the silencer that much more important? Because a little moment like that, and Dragonfight's great. Great shot from Aid Kit, though. It's Launix in a 1 versus 4.
Does have time to play with, but Kindo's going to get this information early. Players spotting one another, and Kindo's happy to back away. He's done his job. He's got the intel for his team. Oh, Kindo almost goes down to the flames. Wow, Launix desperately wanted to find Kindo there, but Kindo's able to 180 and find him in time. That is certainly an interesting end of the half, but Partizan do lead 7-5. Honestly, I think there's a reasonably fair scoreline for how things probably have gone this game. I think Partizan have had that slight edge on occasions, but obviously this isn't necessarily where we're expecting FUT to do their best work. 7-5 is not too bad. You're not looking at it as a particularly uncommon scoreline on the first half of Mirage. But it's FUT's CT side that they often just absolutely dominate teams on.
Yeah, obviously, it's not only have they looked really good on their CT sides, it's the fact that how many games have they won in a row now on Mirage? It's what, 8 in a row, I want to say. And it has been their CT side that has just been so consistent, so difficult to kind of deal with. Do we think winning the half is enough, though, for Partizan? Do we think they're in a close enough spot or in a positive enough spot to take this map? Because when you look back to their recent victories on this map, it was 9 found on the CT side against Betboom. It was 9 found on the CT side against Khan. Obviously, their win against Copenhagen Wolves, they did only find 7, to be fair, on their CT side, and that was a 13-9 victory. So it's clear that this amount of rounds has been done before for them, but I think the issue is they've been clearly playing against teams that don't have the same threat potential and also the same CT strengths as a team like FUT.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be the question going forward. I mean, I definitely do think winning the half was a minimum. I think anything less, then I probably do think FUT can just run away with things if it's business as usual on their CT side. But I do certainly think there is an option when you've got Krabeni and Zugis, who have still been pretty quiet this game. When you've got players like Kindo, Dragon, Aidkit have all had some very big rounds. I think there's definitely possibilities that Partizan can still do a lot of work here. I certainly think winning this pistol round is going to give them a big helping hand.
Yeah,
and potentially could be what they need to actually steal away their opponent's map big.
Obviously, I would say that all 3 maps actually that we've got on display are probably the 3 puggiest maps in the pool currently. Obviously, Mirage and Dust have kind of got that puggy nature about them, just the generic basis that individuals can just single-handedly win you a game. And I think Ancient's got that similar kind of identity to it as well. And I think a lot of the basis for kind of a determination of a map's pugginess is actually the kind of the CT side rotations. If the CTs are able to kind of just rotate freely and it be quite smooth on those rotations, and a map's generally going to be quite puggy. But of the remaining maps, obviously we've got Overpass, we've got Train, both fairly newer, and I think rotations are going to have to be very well thought about. And then the other, we've got Nuke, which a lot of the time on the CT side, you lose a pick, you have to give up space, and you have to gamble a rotation elsewhere. And then obviously you've got Inferno, the longest rotation between bomb sites and the hardest rotation between bomb sites. So I think the CT rotations here, quite easy, and they're quite easy on all 3 maps, and that's why I think these 3 are the puggiest.
Partizan are going to go for this playthrough A here. Krabeni towards Sandwich. While Sal fires off the shots, the P2K doesn't find anything. Zugis towards CT, gets a double though, gets a triple. Does have the defuse kit and will find another. Does get stopped for the ace. Bladens gets swabbed upon, but Zugis wins the round for his team single-handedly. Partizan, the call is pretty good there. They find Krabeni before he can find anything, and it's the 2 weakest performing players on this map that they look to swarm toward. But Zugis showing, yeah, like, it wasn't a great first half for me, but I will step up in the second, and certainly did so instantly.
Yeah, look, it took him 12 rounds. He found 4 kills. He's found 4, obviously, just from the pistol. Excellent there from Zugis. Krabeni Maneuvering here in middle. He's not spotted anything yet. Not taking any contact yet.
This is this full eco. Got a Desert Eagle invested, P250, and a flashbang. Nothing more whatsoever. Need from Launex could do so much damage. But obviously flashbang from Vlad needs to be pretty damn perfect.
Oh, what a shot from Aid Kit there. Nice HE grenade. Great damage dealt. Launex is able to get 2. Third. Gets the 4th. No ace, though. Excellent from Launex. A reload's going to be needed here, Vladen. Doesn't have time. Taken down. 7 apiece now.
Yeah, and this is where Partizan, this first full buy, look, they lose the pistol. I want to see them be able to win this one, though, because I think if they're able to take this, take the lead on the CT side, they could sort of just coast their way to victory on map number 1 of this series. And I do think Partizan still have plenty of chance on Dust and Ancient as well. Technically, this is probably their weakest map out of all 3 in the veto. But I think it's more just the fact that if we do start to see these guys warmed up, we've seen some really good moments from Demon at the start of the game. I mean, everyone sort of had at least a round on foot, probably bar Krabeni. And I think on Dust too, if these foot guys can warm up, that's a scary prospect, isn't it? Them on a map like Dust being able to just sort of take the fight to their opponents.
I think, depending on how close this game goes, I think FUT will feel pretty comfortable on map 2. I don't think Dust is a map they're going to be worried about. Obviously, it's a map that they've got a pretty decent win rate on themselves, but it's a question of if Partizan can keep things super competitive. Let's say this goes overtime, where it's a 13-11 in favor of FUT. I feel like at least then Partizan will feel pretty confident. Great shot from Krabeni, though. Imagery, good positioning. This is the first full buy versus full buy, and only 1 casualty seen on the side of FUT. And this is the issue that many have found when facing off against FUT. When they're on that CT side, they look just too goddamn clinical.
Yeah, really good round there from Krabeni, actually. I think it's the initial fight he takes onto Dragon in Ladder. I mean, it's not an easy fight to take. It might have been Vlad, in fact, but they make it tough for him, but just an instant headshot. Peacing out, finds it second. FUT can just translate that into a round victory. Upgraded pistols again here for Partizan, but unsuccessful. That 7-5 that they had is already quickly turned to a 4-round streak for FUT. That's a great raid to find the opening kill. Aim get through the wall found.
And Launex, currently the top performer here for FUT. Of the whole server, in fact. It was that quad kill that he got when they were kind of trying to avalanche out of apartments. I expected a little bit better from the teas, I can't lie.
And again, it feels like it's going to be another slow one from Partizan. Their disadvantage, we'll just group up. They've got a flashbang and a smoke. And we'll just seemingly use it towards B, or at least a flashbang. Vlad does have the smoke over towards A.
Very timid here. Really taking their time, but it's going to be this playthrough B now for Partizan. Accelerating through apartments. Demon, he is the steps. Takes down the bomb carrier. Gets the second. Minimal time here. Worrying for Vladen. He might not get taken down.
Yeah, he's not going to, and now sort of giving off his presence, he can be found after time.
He has only got a deagle anyway. If anything, it would be smarter not to look for the fight, just in case he gets the kill and then you give him an AK. But yeah, poor decision there from Vladen.
I mean, just going to be playing with Deagle in this round. I mean, it might not be that big an issue if he just sort of allows his teammates to find a kill or wait for someone to get taken down so we can just upgrade this, but yeah, it's certainly not ideal. Dragon aggressive here through away. The util doesn't actually do as much damage as I thought it would there with that nade behind it. I like the idea from Dragon, tries to go for something aggressive if you can catch off the CTs, and certainly they were caught off, but wasn't able to find any kill before they back away into cover.
I think that's what you got to do, though. You've got to try and get an early pick, try and keep FUT guessing, because the second they get into their own groove, the second they start taking space, oh, this is going to be an absolute bloodbath towards ramp. Launex, he's backing away. Aid kit on the AWP. Zugis, he's just holding towards up that. Oh, okay. Well, Dragon gets one, and so does Aid kit. Now Krebeni's going to be rotating in. Krebeni could look to try and deny the plant, but it's not going to be easy. Smoke towards top con. Molly in jungle. Nade and flash combination sent from Dragon. Flashbang coming through. Symmetry playing towards stairs now. All on the timing. Dragon will find. Collins takes down Krebeni. Demon now all alone. 1 versus 5. Information on 2. We'll get that second, but brilliant there. Partizan, they get 8, and it's that ramp setup that crumbles. There was a double ramp setup of which they deal damage, and that is it.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's the initial gunfight. Launex does get the dink onto Dragon, and you can see the second player there sort of ready to swing, but probably from Launex's POV, you're probably not able to communicate quick enough. It wasn't just Dragon and Aid Kit peeking into the angle. There was the whole swarm of T's there, so we see the swing come through, and far too many for anyone to find any success there. Partizan showing that they're still got a fight here on this T side. Yes, we'll find one of the Vlad. He's pushing it out of Palace. Uto comes over to support Zugis. He finds his second. The T's are so blinded. Zugis gets his third.
Excellent from Zugis here. Launex, he's progressed through the stairs, Smoke, and Dragon. They've crossed paths. But Dragon, he's come through this Smoke. And not really gained anything.
Yeah, the sort of annoying thing here actually for Dragon is that you can see the CTs are aware that this is possible just due to the fact he could have lurked through, but that's not the case. Dragon with a great double. Repositions towards short. And now the CTs are going to buddy up. CTs are advancing here. Only slightly so glued towards connector. It's down, but Dragon caught. Krebeni swing.
Zugis again. He's had some really key rounds. Obviously the triple there. He got the quad kill on the pistol that was just so beneficial. I honestly feel like this FUT roster, are they playing the best of CS? Is their strategy what's really helping them out? I wouldn't have said so. I really wouldn't. It seems like the individuals are just finding nice success. They're finding multi-frags. And their opposition are really struggling. Partizan, they don't really know what to do about it.
I mean, I will say that's the thing, though. Zugis does find 3 kills, and it's brilliant from him. But apart from the first, the others were all supported with a ton of utility just thrown over there. You saw so many of the Partizan players just completely caught out, completely blinded. And it was just good util and good protocols for when an A-hit does come over and Zugis is able to get all the reward and does find the kills off of that. And towards mid here, faster our Partizan. Collins gets baited out with the jump as Symmetry holds.
Yeah, nice from Symmetry that. Obviously, Symmetry, he's had moments with the AWP in hand, but I feel like we haven't seen that kind of consistency that we'd hoped for. Little moments like that can always be beneficial, and he's here towards, elevated angle for Symmetry. Krabeni finds Demon as well, is in a great position. It's on Kindo and Aidket. Aidket showing his position here towards Palace. This should be an 11th, and with the money in a precarious spot for Partizan, I don't really know what they do. You'd assume they go for the half-buy, but in doing so, they give up 12 to FUT. Unless somehow a half-buy victory can come through, but being reliant on a half-buy victory, don't think is massively the spot that any team want to be in.
No, you never do, but it's the spot that we can see Partizan find themselves in. Aggressive here is Launex. Steps have been heard. Good first in Kindo. His chance peek into the angle, does some decent damage, but Launex will find and FUT with 11. And like you said, I do agree. I think it probably does just need to be the half, but I think you do just need to take the hit and give up 12. 4 in a row certainly isn't impossible. I think on the T side of Mirage, on a half that we've seen Partizan only find 1 round so far. Does feel like it is going to be near impossible. I mean, they'd love to get a victory on this round. This would certainly ease their struggle slightly.
Oh, massively so. But again, they just can't put stock in winning this round. They can't go, okay, well, if we win the half buy, we get 9, we deny them finding 12. No, these half buys haven't been so persuasive. They haven't been competitive. I mean, the full buys have barely been competitive. They've had the odd round, the odd full buy of which they've won, but it's been so infrequent. They've needed big clutches, big moments, of which are very difficult to replicate. Aladdin has repositioned. York swinging wide and Symmetry. He does get the kill, but Zugis was ready to get any trade if need be. That is now 12 for FUT. They've got 4 opportunities, and I think it's safe to say they should take this one.
Yeah, it feels like they've done enough. I think the pistol round, honestly, was pretty crucial, actually, for Partizan. I think they won the first half, 7-5. But I think it's just the success that we saw FUT able to go on from winning that pistol. Just 2 extra rounds, instantly leveling up the game from then. Money's in a pretty decent spot. They take down Partizan on the first buy. They get a 4-round streak. And it feels like if Partizan could have been the ones in that spot, we could have seen them potentially look for double digits, look for 11 maybe. And that's where, even if you don't have a great T-side, you're very close to the finish line. But not able to do so in FUT. They've grinded out these rounds. And it has been quite a grind this game. Not been as simple for FUT at times, but it certainly does feel like since moving on to the CT side, which I think we all knew, it felt like business as usual. Flash out in mid, AK searching for something. Symmetry not giving that gunfight up.
Oh, Demon. Launex. Nice finds here. Gives them the man advantage, and Partizan haven't got the most util. They've got 1 smoke, 1 Molotov, 3 flashes, and a nade. And with a lot of time on the clock, it makes things really difficult. Collins here towards apartments. He's got Vladden just behind him. The bottom is still here towards top middle. Might need to be retrieved from Aidkit, but he's been taken down. 2 versus 4 now. FUT. They are in prime position to take this map now.
Just 2 kills away, Vladden and Collins. 2 of the most experienced players on this team. It's quite the ask. Collins has to back away to retrieve the bomb. And there's 2 players already on this B-bomb, so if he oversteps, Symmetry could find.
Oh, great damage from Symmetry onto Vladden. I know it's an AWP shot connecting, and you'd usually hope for a kill in that moment, but he'll just be happy for the damage. Even lower, even easier is this round now. Collins. He is the lifeblood and the only chance of this round here for Partizan. Off angle for Krabeni. Collins will still find, but 17 points of health combined on these 2. 16 seconds left. Missed shot from Symmetry. Deagle now in hand with the knowledge that Vladden is low. What do you really do here? Demon gets one. Collins found by Demon again. Demon, I mentioned he's been a real carry for this team ever since he's needed to step up. 24 and 15 he ends that game. Launix had a good performance as well. He got 20. But Charlie, thoughts and feelings of that FUT performance after this one?
Yeah, some nice moments from Partizan in the first half. This sort of was their weakest map coming into this series here. I think particularly when you consider how good FUT have been on it, you can certainly look at things in terms of this map probably has the most disparity. Dust 2, there's 1% difference in win rates. Ancient, it's dead on, 13 maps played, 54% win rate for both sides. Feels like this probably should have been the one that, never guaranteed between any of these quarterfinals, but more so than any of the other maps. It feels like FUT should have taken it. And they did do so. I think the first half was reasonably solid for Partizan. The issue is, they're playing against FUT. At 7-5, you'll probably look at it and say, it's not too bad. You'll certainly be happy with that. But the issue is when FUT are so good, they're almost sort of at 70% win rate on their CET side when they play this map. So it's really, really difficult to try to best them. And I think it's clear, we only saw one round from Partizan. I think they needed to go on to win that pistol round. I think they needed to really show what they could do to a sort of more degree initially. But they just weren't able to. And I think they needed to probably, in that series, maybe find 8-9 rounds on their CT side and then look to win the pistol as well, just to be able to take that, as T-side was not quite it today.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, for Partizan, in previous victories they found on Mirage, it has been 9 on the CT side that's helped them so much. And obviously, that's been against that's been against oppositions that aren't going to be as strong as FUT. But obviously, with FUT taking map 1, it is their map selection. We kind of did expect it, as you said. I think this was the one map with the real disparity in win rate. But now we move to Dust 2. It's the pick of Partizan. It's a map that they gravitate towards a large portion of the time. But the issue is, FUT pretty good on this map as well. So I'm interested to see how map 2 does go. But Charlie, we're going to be jumping to a break beforehand. Going to be heading to the second map of the series very shortly. It's Dust 2. It's the pick of Partizan. And obviously, backs are against the wall for Partizan now. If they do lose in this second map, that is them eliminated. Obviously, they've got themselves to the quarterfinals and an impressive upset as well, I think we must say. But a big test for them here. I think it was a very impressive game, obviously, from FUT on Mirage. Do we think they're going to 2-0 though, Charlie? Do you think they have the opportunity and the ability to do that here?
Oh yeah, 100% without a doubt. Of course they do. Whether they go into is a completely different question, though. We're obviously moving on to Partizan's map pick. It is Dust 2. It has been sort of a reasonably stable home of Partizan in the last few months. But whether it's going to be enough here, that's going to be the question. Play out through B. A lot of gunfights early. Favouring neither team just yet as the bomb gets planted by the T side. Symmetry has been tagged away at. Let's get a boost into the bomb site. Information gained from Launix there. It's still not an easy position to crack. Kindo Wolf on the first. Launix gets a trade, but it's all on the 2 HP Symmetry. Great initial find, 2 HP, and it doesn't matter.
Wow, okay, Symmetry. That is a great clutch. An excellent pistol clutch there. Partizan, they're going to feel a little bit hard done by there, but a great pistol result there. And a lovely clutch. And already we're seeing bodies being shot. Okay. Well, might be in a bit early for that, but no.
I mean, that is really rough. Partizan are going to watch someone back and think, how have we not hit a single shot? He's one bullet from health. I mean, brilliant finds from Symmetry, though, it has to be said. But that is outrageous. 4x4 Partizan. Scout in the hands of Dragon. Couple of Galil's in play as well. Ooh, I don't know if that was worth it for Vladen. Jumps across B, gets brought down to 26 points of health. He's one of the players wielding the rifle. Might look to swap that over with someone, maybe with Kindo, perhaps. Space going to be taken here through long now. Flash is thrown.
Yeah, obviously, they've gone for the weaponry over utility type approach, with 4 having premium rifles. Demon, the only one making the decision to drop down to the FAMAS. Demon getting a little bit inquisitive there towards long, just continually jiggling. And he keeps peeking wider and wider. Indo going for the same approach. Just Symmetry's got to be cautious there. He was looking back into the bomb site. Timing looks great. Oh, they're heading back to long, and it goes so wrong here. Demon finds 3, and it's 8 kit in a 1 versus 5. Not the start that Partizan planned for.
No, losing a 1v2 on the pistol to a 2 HP, playing the force by, falling very, very flat there. Symmetry and Demon. And you can see how disciplined both players were, and then as soon as one swings, the other's instantly there, and it just works out perfectly. Use the superior weapons to an absolute T. And it does give FUT that 2-0 start here on Dust. Obviously, we got to see Partizan play a fair share of Dust here in the Proving Grounds, actually. Initially, it wasn't great, but it feels like probably what we've seen with Partizan. Now that AD Kit's been sort of fully cemented into this lineup, we start to see things turn around. They got a really good 13-8 victory against BetClick Apogee, 13-4 against Copenhagen Wolves, and that 13-10 against BetBoom, all of which back-to-back now. So we are seeing Partizan look really strong when they have played this map. Similar though for FUT, they've had some decent results against some very solid teams as well. We saw them play against Spirit Academy, obviously in that sort of blowout series that FUT had there. They ended up winning that one 13-4. Just the eco now for Partizan.
Yeah, obviously for Partizan, there's a fair few deagles invested, but nothing major. Oh, Kindo gets 1. Symmetry, though, with a double from lower.
Yeah, bomb and aid kit. Just going to be holding outside long. Only going to make his move, and that's also when we start to see Demon strike. Demon will find Kindo, not able to get anything else. Just the one kill will be found. FUT reasonably clean in the last couple. 4 survivors. The money's been thrown at a pretty rapid rate now, but this is it. This is the full buy. But Fred, have a look at this. We've got AK on the scout. There's not even an AWP.
Yeah,
We've got limited util on players like Dragon. Not been ideal, has it?
No, it definitely hasn't.
The first weapon round for Partizan, and they don't have the AWP to compete against Symmetry. Don't quite have as much util as they'd like to have. Good HG grenade initially, just softening up some of these teams. We're going to see a peak hit from Launix. We'll find one, and Dragon taken down by Vlad. It just makes things even worse.
Such a rough one.
Well, Collins is taking this. Space here.
The issue is that the CTs aren't going to know. Collins, however silly it might seem, he's going to have to find 3 to gain an advantage back. And Collins, he might not even get 2. Symmetry, excellent trade. Symmetry again. And Kindo all alone. That's unfortunate. Collins maybe just needing to employ a bit more discipline there.
Yeah, I think if you take his time there, just to probably line up the head instantly, worst case scenario, he finds 2. Yeah, unfortunately, it is just the 1 kill. Money's continuing to grow here for FUT. They've had that 4-0 start now on this defensive side. It's interesting, a lot of teams do prefer the T side on this map. FUT actually, by a fair margin, for this CT side. Partizan are pretty good at both. But it does potentially mean that this first half could be where we see the most excitement, because Partizan do technically have a slight leaning towards the T, FUT towards the CT. So this, on paper, could be where we're expecting to see the best things. But Partizan yet to find a round yet, and with Collins getting taken down early by Grabeni, it feels like this is going to be just as tough one as it is just pistols in play. Symmetry finds Dragon, final 3 players in long, probably all going to swing with one another, but it is not going to be a fun gauntlet to try to cross. As Demon was the unknown factor, Symmetry took away so much pressure. He's not even considering Demon. Symmetry will go down here, in fact. So we do again see 4 survivors forfeit.
Again, though, right? Again, in these half buys, we saw it quite a lot throughout Barrage. Partizan, they go for these half buys, and they might get 1 kill, but a vast majority of the time, the rounds aren't even close. I feel like we saw that one moment where it was their CT side with the full eco, where it was actually a saved AK or a retrieved AK, sorry, from a Zeus kill that changed the round. But a vast majority of these rounds, we aren't seeing Partizan keep them competitive enough. We saw what happened when they did, and that was brilliant. But, you know, a lot of them, they're just finding the 1 kill here or there. And FUT, when their finances are strong, that's when they look really scary. But Symmetry, what a game he's having. He's 11-2, Charlie.
That's been a fantastic performance from him. The whole team really, in fact, the whole team is really stepping up with one another here. Zugis, I mean, literally has not been required to do near enough anything. He's 1 death. That was on the pistol round. Apart from that, he hasn't had a kill or another death. Sort of just being present on the map while the rest of his team have been finding all the successes. But it's been a 5-0 start. FUT 1 round away from at least getting us all square halftime score. Symmetry opening kill, and again for Partizan, they just cannot catch a break here. It's always them being disadvantaged early doors. Symmetry's AWP is towards mid, and for a second it looked like we were going to see Partizan look to probe through those mid doors.
Now we're going to be progressing through short now. Krebeni caught off guard by Collins. Launix, though, he's an unknown entity, and that's the game plan now. Surely they're just looking for Launix to activate. Zug is finding a kill as well. Surely to force the overlooking of Launix's angle. Zug, yes, he gets one more. Oh, Launix might not even be needed. Eventually swinging. 6-0 start here for FUT. This has not gone to plan whatsoever here.
No, and I sort of was building up from yesterday that I felt like all of these series could be very, very close affairs. Mirage, honestly, I'll probably say it had that in the first half, not so much the second half. But that probably was the one map where, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it is a bit more one-sided, but like I said on Mirage, I feel like just the individuals, if they all come alive for FUT, even though this is Partizan's map pick, you can easily see a world where they just take the world by storm, and that's exactly what's going on. Well, Krebeni not actually able to back away, so although man advantage is found by FUT, it is traded back. Krebeni dying quite deep towards short, so I'm not sure if any of the T's are going to feel confident trying to retrieve that weapon.
Yeah, Krebeni going down in this round isn't the biggest of issues. Again, it's Partizan on this little half buy. It's not a round that we're so confident for Partizan. As I mentioned, they haven't really kept many of these rounds or pushed many of these rounds right to the edge. But already I'm getting quite worried for Partizan. This is their map pick, and best case scenario, leveled up half it.
Well, Space taking towards short. Bladden does throw the molly, but it has to get sort of stuck, so the CT's campers throw it. Nothing spotted towards short. Most of the Partizan's execute is going to come here from long. Bladden towards short. Demon finds instantly. That's the heaviest hitting weapon got. Alex finds one more. Does get taken down by the Tech Knight. And in the Smoker's aid kit with the Glock in hand, manages to take down Symmetry while Zug has no choice but to watch.
It's fine from Zugis, but Demon will take him down. Okay, well, finally we're seeing a half buy that comes down to the 1v1, but FUT's still victorious. And the issue is, and the difference is FUT have just won so many rounds in a row that their money is excellent. Doesn't matter that that was brought down to a 1v1. They're going to be able to reinvest in the next 2 rounds, even if they lose them. And that's the brilliance. That's what FUT have massively right now. But their CT, this side has been absolutely brilliant. I don't feel very confident for Partizan anymore. I really don't. It's a 7-0 start.
And I think an even bigger worry than that is the player that Partizan often rely on, Dragon. Yet to find a kill. We saw that for FUT on map number 1. Krebeni and Zugis both 0 kills on either of them for the first at least 8 rounds. But we did get to see them step up. We did see some big Zugis moments. As well as Demon was go nuclear on the map. It feels like here Dragon is underperforming, but equally no one on his team's exactly performing to the standard that we'd hope for. 4 kills is the most. Symmetry looks early towards the suicide position, but nothing spotted, and it's just going to be a faster play here from Partizan. The smoke exposes Dragon. He will get found. And the faster play seemingly is still not the formula that Partizan need. Needed a smoke. Kindo forced to back away or he would have been taken down.
Krebeni's in a good position as well. He's just tucked away towards elevator. Launix finding a kit. Finally that flank, and Krebeni can pre-fight. It's an 8-0 start. Partizan, this is their map pick. It doesn't feel like it.
No, this has been a really dominant one. The second tactical pause for Partizan now as they realise, okay, we've got to start to win something now. Otherwise, it's far too late. 8 rounds, I think FUT will take. I think you say we'll give you 8 rounds in the first half. Sure, your T-side's not great on this map, but you're still certainly showing that your individuals can do a lot of work. Would you take 8 rounds? And I think FUT would probably snap your hand off at that offer, and when there's 4 rounds remaining of the half with FUT already on 8, I think that's going to be the question that we're looking at. How many more can FUT get before moving on to this second half? Partizan haven't exactly shown us all too many rounds that make you believe they can do it. We've had the one half fight that was brought down to a 1v1 with the pistol that came down to a 1v2 for Symmetry, but apart from that, it's kind of been pretty one-sided all of these rounds.
It's also why the monies look so good for FUT.
And though trying to take some space early towards short, but Krabeni haunted around these smokes.
Demon, surely to be overlooked here. Flashbang comes through. Demon, okay, well, he takes the fight. Didn't need to, but...
Very second there from Dragon, and you've got a low HP Demon towards Kai. He's found. This is 2 versus 5, and Dragon just found a triple.
Yeah, positioning here for Zugis. Oh, Zugis. Oh, okay, well, he had a good position, but A-Kit still finds the frag there. And now it's Symmetry in a 1 versus 2. Dragon still holding towards long, and okay, finally, A-Kit getting that kill, but we see the first round in play for Partizan. That is the first 3 kills as well from Dragon. And it comes from a triple. Such an important kind of set of kills for Partizan and for Dragon individually.
I mean, his first 3 rounds, they go the way of Partizan, but it's a round that should never go the way of Partizan. It was 2 versus 5. Dragon gets a triple, just takes these gunfights towards long, finds a double, spams away, and Demon towards Van. They knew he was there. And Partizan really have got gifted around there, but 1 certainly is not going to be enough. You turn it into a bit more. Money is obviously still in a very good spot for FUT, but if we see a couple more rounds go the way of Partizan, we can see that finally be broken. Space here from A-Kit. Shadow is spotted onto Krabeni. You know exactly where he is. Gunfight come through, but I think A-Kit is so focused on the Shadow. Does connect the tag onto Zugis, but no kill confirmed. Damage dealt back in response to Dragon now, but no casualties in this one. Util thrown out. Zugis caught out on the bomb site as he tries to retreat. Flashbang thrown. Collins spots a second. Collins finds a second.
Great shot there from Collins.
We should just get one back with A-Kit, but look where the bomb is. This is going to be a play through B.
Dragon, he's taking this positive space. Look at the positioning, though. I want to say it's Symmetry. Yeah, missed shot from Symmetry, though. Fortunate find from Collins, third of the round. Collins has had a huge round there.
Wait, what? Demon and Launix.
Oh.
Like 3 between them in seconds. Not aware of Kindo. Kindo wants to get them both here and will be able to. Finds the first. Just backed away, in fact. Demon gets given up the fight. How have Partizan lost that? They've got gifted around in the last, and they get a freebie here.
Kindo just needs to be more patient there. All he needs to do is be more patient. And he finds them both, but he just fires too early. So unnecessary. That's crazy. It was a 2 versus 4. And
we see a 2v5, and now we see a 2v4. I mean, they were out of the round. You see the fight from middle. Both CTs so hyper-fixated onto that angle. But then you also see the swing from short, which on paper, you're like, I think this is the right play. There's someone that's just fighting someone else. I can just swing and get a kill. But I don't know whether they missed the shots or if it was an insane flick from Launix. I don't know what it was, but whatever it was, it gave the kill to FUT, and they went on to be able to win the round. And business as usual, seemingly, as it's a 4 versus 2 for the CT side. 10 looks likely.
FUT gonna be getting double digits here, or at least you'd assume so.
Symmetry tries to look over the smoke, does miss his shot the first time, goes for it again, and this time Vlad is aware. So 4 on 2, brought it down to just a one-man disadvantage.
Yeah, Kindo, already close to the bomb site. We're going to have a flank from Loudix eventually.
He's still just waiting for a gunfight before they get this bomb down, but nothing being offered up. Onto the bomb site. Loudix has now made his way out of long doors, and rather than waiting for any contact from his team, he looks and does get found. In those spots are one. Molotov towards Gandalf again. Huge kill from Demon. It keeps his teammate Ingest alive, who eventually will still go down to the flames, but there's not enough time.
Yeah, just evading, just running that. 10 has been found now from FUT. Double digits acquired. Surely this one is done.
Definitely does feel like that.
Yeah, most certainly.
I mean, it's a nice attempt from Partizan. It was 2 versus 4. They bring it down to the 1v1, but just not enough time to work with. And FUT here on Dust have just brought a sort of different level of game that Partizan haven't been able to step up to today. And this is the difficult thing. I don't really think it's Partizan probably doing themselves justice, because I think Partizan probably do deserve a much closer series in this, the way that they've played here in the Proving Grounds so far. They just haven't been able to show it today, and that's all that really matters, isn't it? It's what you can deliver on the day.
Obviously, they had an incredible series earlier, and that's something that, you know, can never be taken from them. I think they've done well to get themselves here. When you look at the opponents they had to face, obviously their Swiss stage, they were 0-2 down. They then bested AAB, BetClick, and then Copenhagen Wolves. They beat BetBoom, which was kind of the upset of the playoffs, but they are in a very difficult position now.
Our next jumps up straight into Collins' crosshair. Swing from Demon gets a double, and Dragon. We've just seen a couple of rounds where Dragon's kind of just split from the rest of his team with the bomb. He's in a 1 versus 2 now. It's around that Partizan again with disadvantages that they bought so close, but just one player can flip the script in an instant, and it's Demon in this one to get a double. Dragon, 25 seconds, 11 points of health.
Really tough. Really, really difficult position, but we're looking most likely at an 11-1 scoreline. There's 17 seconds remaining. Dragon will get one. Has got the AWP as well. Smoke towards doors, and Molly here. Sort of out of timing. How has he not realised? Surely he's realised. Dragon's pushed through.
So yes, definitely has the idea. Molotov towards Dragon's position. He's going to go through it. Dragon with the AWP. I love the idea. Had a moment where he could have caught out Zugas. Doesn't quite work out though. FUT do find 11.
It's the only confident way to win that one.
I mean, that's the thing. You can wait out the molly and then try to dance around the smoke grenade that you threw, which will now become a pretty difficult one for you to play around, particularly with the AWP, particularly on 1 bullet from death. But it started off with a brilliant 1 versus 2 from Symmetry. And from there, life did not get much easier for Partizan. The only round they won, felt like they had no right winning it. And FUT did
yeah, exactly.
certainly just bring a different level to this game.
I guess that's the most painful thing for Partizan, because yeah, okay, they've got 1 round, but it's the one round that they went into probably thinking, oh, okay, well, it's just a half buy. We're not going to find anything from this.
Well, just around of this second half. But if they win this, they're near enough. Walk away with victory and pushing through middle. Aid Kit could be behind all of these players. Aid Kit will find one. Kraveni needs to connect the shots with a Glock and he won't be able to. Symmetry eventually does get the trade, but the damage has already been dealt. Partizan have a 2-man advantage.
Yeah, Zugis, Symmetry. Not going to be an easy 2v4, but these pistol rounds is where the clutches can probably come through the easiest. Reposition out of Zugis. He spots one towards window. The fight doesn't need to be taken now for Partizan, but Kendo's got a lot of util.
I mean, they know Symmetry can't cross, so they're just going to hold this cross. Stop it from being allowed to happen. The flash comes over. Dragon will find. Symmetry gets one before going down. And Partizan, they eventually do get the pistol victory. Now, they've long awaited for. They probably should have had it in the first half. Had to wait for the second. The issue is now it's a 11-2 score. We know Partizan are good at both sides. Are they going to be able to match what FUT did on their CT side? I'm not quite sure. I'd be quite surprised if that is the case. Scout Symmetry is searching here. It is just a bit of a hero scout.
Yeah, I don't mind these little hero scouts. I think sometimes they can work out nicely, whether you get a kill on the cross or you look to try and find a pick and retrieve a weapon. Certainly can work. Really much to say for this round for FUT. The fact that the scout's been made known, Partizan are now playing in a much more defensive way, much more kind of strategic way to deal against this scout. No need to risk it. Molly's landed. Nice here from Aid Kit, gets the triple. Takes down the scout, he's on for the ace, but Collins will remove that.
This is a round though to look toward. Obviously, it was just the eco. I actually don't mind the hero scout on the eco round because Symmetry will be looking at it and saying, I can't get an AWP anyway. May as well go for the scout in this one, and I'll bring out a scout in the next as well. So, for AKs in play, obviously, pretty light on utility. A lot more than you probably would want to see. Scout Symmetry, I would find. Aid Kit connects to the AWP.
Nice from Aid Kit that.
I mean, Aid Kit's had a reasonably decent game considering it's been quite one-sided. 14 and 12. Certainly hasn't felt like he's done all too much wrong individually. It just feels like Partizan have been outclassed on too many occasions here. Aid Kit does fall to Zugis though. You're being taken out of the round. Oh, aggression from Dragon here towards top mid. Kraveni does spot and Dragon's just going to back away. Gonna be this playthrough B. Kendo is in transition.
Yeah, timing's gonna be everything. See, because Vladden's gone for the spam, we're just gonna see the aggression out. Vladden, he's got to get one back at the bomb site. He will get the kill here, but trade from Demon. 1 versus 3 gone 1v2. And Demon's going to go for a peek here. Of course he is, but the missed shots from Demon devastating. It's not to say that Collins wouldn't have been able to get the trade there onto the fight between Demon and Dragon, but Demon had a real opportunity to bring that to a 1v1.
Yeah, that would have been a really nice way to do that, because then he's had a lot of time with the clock, who definitely tried to play around with Collins a little bit. Tap the ball, maybe go for the peak again. Even just straight up look for the fight, or even just play the post plan. But yeah, I think the peak was the right idea, but it's not quite connecting there on that occasion for Demon. So a tactical pause for FUT. Certainly not going to be worried about where this game's heading yet, but there's no need to allow things to get any more dicey than they need to. So I think FUT just wanted to make sure they can close this game out. and close it out in a timely fashion. But it will just be a half investment here. I mean, both teams have struggled with the CT side so far. Obviously, not had as many rounds to see from FUT to see if that will continue. And with an opening kill on Krebeni's Deagle, maybe the half-wide could still have some potency.
Yeah, obviously, weaponry retrieval very difficult as the kills come from long, but it seems like they're going to make a play through B. If FUT decide to activate now, time would be perfect for them.
Collins kill back onto Demon.
Yeah, important there. Vladen as well. He's holding this. Nice trade. Tech 9 retrieve from Symmetry. Getting the bomb plot in here is going to be key. Molly's going to be landing at the feet. And Dragon just holding. Not very much that can be done. The Tech 9 will get one. Tech 9. Oh, not another, but a lot of damage dealt here. Money's pretty decent for Partizan in the way that Dragon can drop across 2. Kindo will be able to drop as well. They'll be able to get a buy, but that has made some problems for Partizan.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon's got more than enough money. But the rest of the team, not so much. I mean, you can see it's certainly not been as clean as sort of those initial rounds that from FUT where they had tons of money to play with. But, I mean, that one, you never know. Tech 9 almost finding Dragon, and then Kindo would have to push through the doors. Ooh, does get a little bit dicey, but no matter. Weapons in play again. Symmetry first AWP here on this T side. Flash not blinding aid get. We'll find Alex. Dragon on the second AWP finds Symmetry, and okay, Partizan is starting to bring themselves back into this game now. Still a long road ahead.
Yeah, it's a very long road ahead. I think we both know FUT should really still win this one. I'd be very surprised if otherwise.
He'd get me a shot. Ingest gonna drop the smoke. He just, in fact, jumped up behind it, confident with the AWP. We'll miss the shot with the nade of the smoke, but what a find with the Tech 9 and Krebeni in a 1 versus 5. There's been 5 points of damage dealt to the whole Partizan team here. Krebeni. Vision being blocked by the scope and does get found by Collins. 5 rounds separates the two sides now. This one's obviously 11-1 scoreline for FUT. We've seen 5 in a row now from Partizan on their CT side.
Again, though, all it takes just one round victory for FUT. They put themselves on map and series point. And I think that's just where things get really difficult. I feel like it's not going to be easy. I don't know how Partizan are going to feel confident. They still need to get 5 in a row.
FUT haven't exactly shown us a huge amount here to make me believe that we're going to see a round anytime soon, but they certainly do have a lot of them to play with. I mean, obviously, we saw in the round of 16 TNL against Botero, where TNL led overpass 12-0, and they ended up losing that map. Or to overtime by Botero, where they ended up winning things in OT. This isn't quite a 12-0. This is an 11-1.
Could get that,
surely
though.
We can't see 2 comebacks of the same sort of degree.
Yeah, that's similar kind of
that would be mind-blowing.
Oh yeah, it would be pretty ridiculous. But Vladen and Dragon, great setup here. Pretty much can be done about it.
I mean, again, another round, next to nothing done. Not even a single point of damage dealt there from FUT. Last 2 rounds, they've done 5 points of damage in 2 rounds. And first, their final tag pause. This is probably where second one that they called weren't too worried. Now they probably are starting to, in the back of their minds, think, how are we still in this series? How have we not closed out Dust yet?
I'll be honest, Charlie. I don't think it's going to be the back of their mind. I think it's right in the forefront. I think they are going to be having these real issues. They are going to be having these conversations of, look, guys, how are we not out of this game? We should have won this ages ago. This should have been done and dusted. How have we gotten here? Why are we here? Why aren't we celebrating the victory already?
They've called a pause, they've called a timeout. Let's see what they can do. They've obviously got the double AWPs to try to contend with here. Had to try to face it in the last few. Kit. We'll find.
Yeah, and obviously, also he's definitely going to be traded here. Aidkit pushing through. Aidkit finds. Okay. That is great from Aidkit.
Here's a Molotov being thrown. It's like, all right, I'll throw caution to the wind. Send me through. Put tactical balls, whatever they discussed in this round. Aidkit has thrown a spanner in the works. Very fine on to Vlad in there. And Aidkit is isolated towards B. This would be a much better round if FUT do look to pounce on the AWPer. Lot of thrown towards tunnels. Collins attempting to hold towards middle. Aidkit has so much util here. Has thrown the majority of it out.
He hears all of these steps. He's got such great information here. Tech9 in the smoke. Oh. Not even going to see him. Not even going to check for him. Well, Demon certainly will. It's a 3 versus 3. Benny searching. Demon. Needs to get the bomb down. There's 11 seconds left. The bomb could be... Oh, it's just a tap. There's no chance. Kindle gets the double. Round over. That's Partizan now with 8. Oh, we are getting closer and closer to such a scary situation.
Yeah, it's a nice attempt from FUT to bring it back, but and this is one of their more competitive rounds that starts off with a 2-man disadvantage. Not exactly being convincing. 3 rounds separates these two teams, but still yet to find even one to give them a guaranteed spot in overtime. At least Partizan were able to do that. Launux takes down Kindo, but it's an instant trade from Collins' HE grenade. Ingest Deagle in middle. If Dragon pushes further, this could be worrying, but T's give up the fight instead.
Let's see, what has happened here? How has this game gone so astronomically wrong for FUT?
And it's just both teams on this T side sort of feeling very lost as to what to do. I mean, so many teams like to be the ones to set the tempo on Dust, but seemingly both teams just want to shy away from that. Sit back on the defense and allow the fight to come to them.
Yeah, definitely. Neither team have really taken much security on this T side, and I really just don't know how to feel about where this game's going now, because Partizan have found 9. There's been literally nothing for FUT to write home about. I don't know how they're going to feel confident whatsoever.
This is something that they've got to figure out. Do you see the tag from Symmetry onto Vladens? Early into this round, he's been given the AWP over Dragon in this round. Biggest issue for FUT is they've been picked apart so heavily before they can go for an execute. They're sort of always executing with sort of a 2-man disadvantage. You're never in for a great chance if that's the case.
Yeah, AidKit, he's had a really good CT side here. He's 20 and 15 now.
Volley is thrown. AidKit waiting to dodge any flashbangs that are yet to come. AidKit peeks above the smokes. We'll find one.
He's been spotted here as well, and he's gained excellent information. Collins takes him down. 2-man advantage here. Demon back at the bomb site, hoping for something. Needing to find something, really.
Still good util for Partizan. Still plenty of diffuse kits in play. Ingest joins Demon, or joins his teammate towards shore. Demon on the bomb site will find one. Symmetry strikes as well. Ingest finds one. You've got a low HP Vlad, and finally a round goes the way of FUT, and it does still come from the 2-man disadvantage. But Symmetry, Zugis, and Demon, 3 versus 5, give FUT a lifeline.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. It's now given FUT 3 opportunities to close out this series, and that's exactly what they want. Now that they're here, sorry, they've got to capitalize on this. They cannot mess this one up.
I mean, obviously they are still going to be against pretty perfect buys in all these rounds from Partizan. Aggressive through long, Demon. Nothing's found. A lot of damage dealt to Kindo. Symmetry gets a collapse. Sadly for him, one of them is on his teammate.
Demon tucked away here, taken down by AidKit.
And that's been something that's hindered from quite a few of these rounds. Entry's just not there. We're just not really seeing any entry kills come through. You even look towards the A take. Sure, we see AidKit find the first, but you've got Krabeni dropping towards CT, can't connect his shots.
We have also seen a lot from AidKit. AidKit has been really good on these openers, so you can kind of understand why.
I mean, AidKit can't be everywhere.
No,
AidKit shouldn't stop you being able to find an entry kill on every sort of situation across the map. But it's felt too easy for AidKit at times.
It also does feel like, I know he can't be everywhere, but he always seems to be where the action is going to be. And we're gonna be seeing another moment of that now, but misses the shot here as AidKit.
Obviously, it is just a half line for our playing. Potentially round number 24, Krabeni just walks into the nade and tanks so much damage, 10 HP. Luckily, he has backed away, or that one could have found him. Mid to be utility. Dragon nade of the smoke, but nothing spotted. Out towards B. Dragon and Vlad stand tall, and it leaves Krabeni alone. 4 players push out towards B. Just 1 kill found.
This combination of Dragon and Vladen has been so good on the B-bomb site. It's been absolutely incredible. Time and time again, we've seen the idea of FUT wanting to head towards the B-bomb site, and it just hasn't happened. It just hasn't worked. Obviously, it just kind of shows that Partizan, their CT decision-making has been brilliant.
I'm pretty sure Krabeni can buy if he goes down. You just need to make sure he can't go down after time. And he's going to, so...
that's a tough one.
He should have just died. That's the issue. He just dies, there's no issue. He can get out of buy. Full loss bonus, he's on 1.1k. But instead, he's playing with a Tech 9 in this one.
It seems very unnecessary, doesn't it?
Comes down to round number 24. Both teams yet to only find a single round on their T side.
Yeah, honestly, we saw that 11-1. Don't really know how we're here, but Launix, nice find here. FUT, as we say, 1 round away. That's all they need. 1 round. And they find it. Dropping into pit, though. Simple find. Lovely stuff.
It's just so easy there again. This is what I mean for AKIT. I don't think he's been tested nearly as much as he should have. Where's the utility? Are we meant to have flashbangs in these rounds?
Doesn't seem like it.
I think it's just such a disappointing way to give up the man advantage that FUT so rarely have had. Is that they're not hitting the shots the same way that they were in the first half, so make your life a bit easier and throw some decent util to support. You get fourth back from the Flames. Zugis will get one back onto Vladen. It's a 3-on-3 still. There's still the chance for FUT, but Partizan, they fought so valiantly to try to bring things to OT.
How was there no trade there on Dragon? It seemed like that was the perfect opportunity, but... Coming from AidKit. We will get one. It's now Zugis in a 1 versus 3. It looks like we're going to be heading to OT now, but I really just don't know how we're here. Zugis. Still this 1 versus 3. His opposition playing this really slow. Just wanting to ensure victory here. Goes 1 for 1. Somehow, some way, Charlie, FUT, they were 11-1 up after their CT side. And somehow we're going to overtime. Maybe not as ridiculous as what we saw in that 12-0 setup between TNL and Batera, but here, you know, it might as well be. I'd feel pretty confident myself just to get 4 friends and try and get, what, 2 rounds? Or just go for B rushes time after time. Eventually, you're going to get it right.
I mean, that's the thing. They're just getting picked apart across the map. The actual executes are always disadvantaged. I'll be honest, watching the T side from FUT, I think they were really lucky to even find 1.
Yeah,
it came from that 3 versus 5. I mean, I wasn't particularly impressed by nearly anything that I saw. I mean, Partizan's T side was still awful. I think that should be said. They got 1 round. But at least the difference for Partizan, it felt like they were just getting outgunned 99% of the time. Whereas for FUT, not only were they getting outgunned, it feels like they just didn't give themselves any advantages in any gunfights.
Very true, yeah.
Oh, we are here at OT. Let's see how this one goes down. Partizan 11-1 down, brought things to OT. Momentum certainly got to be on their side if Symmetry just pulled the trigger. And that's a frag he finds onto AidKit. It's another impressive final round there for AidKit. Gets a 4K in total.
AidKit's been absolutely incredible here. Such a difference maker moving to that CT side. Certainly what Partizan needed.
Get posted here with your Wu just back away. Timing's a bit unfortunate. It's just as the T's look to emerge. It's all the way onto the B-bomb site. Collins will find one. Collins gets a double through the smoke. Why not? Dragon chimes in as well towards top middle. And I think there's another thing I've noticed quite heavily about FUT's T side. Really slow. There'd be no pace behind it, ever. And it feels like they're very orchestrated in terms of what they want to do, because they take the space somewhere, they leave a lot of gaps, and then slowly throw utility, make a bit of presence, and then 20 seconds later they start to push out. But it allows space to be taken from the CTs. We've seen Dragon try to do it quite a few times throughout long. Whether it's worked or not, it's irrelevant, but it's the fact that he's been allowed to do that and feels comfortable to do that on a number of occasions. First round does go the way of Partizan. I think if Partizan win all 3 rounds on the CT side, I think it's done. And
again, though, we shouldn't be here. I don't know what we're doing here. This is a game that FUT were 11-1 up in. You know, we should be talking. Well, we should be in a prolonged break heading to the fourth series of the day. But we should be talking about the impressive victory here from FUT. Yet they fumble, they squander it.
Yeah, now there's a real chance that Dust does not go their way. I actually think it's a very good chance. I do think if FUT don't find anything, I just don't know if they're going to have the mentality to be able to bring it back on their CT side to win all 3 rounds after winning 1 out of what could be 15. But Partizan aren't showing any signs of them slowing down from regulation.
No, certainly not. Should be 14 now found from Partizan.
And 2 versus 5 for Symmetry. And Zuga smokes are thrown.
Symmetry trying to play on the edge. 1 versus 5 though, there's nothing he can do. Kindo will take him down. Triple in this round for Kindo. The thing is, Collins has had a really good game. Aidkit was the facilitator, being able to bring them to kind of the opening kills. Collins was the closer of rounds. I really like as well what these two have allowed. They've allowed for players like Dragon, like Kindo, like Vladen to step up. I said on that CT side, Vladen and Dragon, that B-bomb site defense was incredible. They looked unbreakable there.
It's final round of the first half of OT, and we've got a Tech9 and a Scout in play. Zugas will get the opener. Finally some decent util towards Long. It has been taken. We have seen this before though, opening kill from FUT. Look at all the space he's taking towards tunnels. AK's on a full flank through T-spawn.
Yeah, the scariest thing as well is this is going to be such a surprise for FUT. Not only in the notion that Aidkit's going to be on a super long flank, but also we're going to have this AAA setup here from Partizan because Aidkit's taken all of this space.
It's certainly not the weapon you necessarily want in a flank, but all going to depend when can Aidkit actually initiate.
Alex needs to get another here. Vladen, he does well, just tapping away here is Vladen. This is the bomb, and there we have it. They've got the bomb down now, and we do have Aidkit on this flank. He's going to be able to take them down, and actually this is where an orb, probably quite key. And there we have it. Great shot from Aidkit. It's now Demon in a 1 versus 3. We are going to be seeing 15 found now. This is ridiculous. I don't actually know how we're here, Charlie, but we are.
I mean, this is what worries me now about map number 3 of Ancient, because Aidkit, honestly, Aidkit has not won his team the round individually. In terms of the space that was taken and the information, sure, that's had a huge pivotal moment. But it's to play from short. For 3 players, they're throwing flashbangs, they're up against 2 defenders, and they find 1 and lose all 3. I mean, I don't know where the individuals are. They can't connect shots anymore, it seems. Partizan just outclassed him. And I mean, Vladen was not clean there, but he did eventually find that final kill. It's how a FUT just not able to find the kills. It's the basics. It's this one thing that this team always felt like it could fall back on when times were tough. But they can't even do that. And that's what worries me. It feels like their heads probably have dropped. And are they going to be able to pick them back up from Ancient in a map that they should... I don't know if FUT have ever suffered a loss like this. 11-1 up.
Yeah, obviously, Ancient's a map they're pretty strong on, but as you already mentioned, this is a completely even map regarding sample size and win rate and everything like that. And the mentality for FUT is going to be absolutely shattered. That's obviously contingent on them losing here. Obviously, they can win 3 in a row, but I just don't see it happening. Symmetry with a missed shot. Until landing. Vladen, great find.
The opening kills were very rare for Partizan on their T side. But they have found one here, thanks to Vladim.
Dragon could get caught here. Collins, he's been left to lurk in middle. These can decide on where they head. Mentioned this before, it's the huge value that Kindo and Dragon, obviously ex-Orpers, and they're still very good with the big green in hand. Dragon's been chipped away to 15 HP, so he can easily say, look, give me the AWP, I'm going to play it. Because he's been AWPing back on CSGO. He was a great AWPer as well.
Well, this could be it. Play through B. Launex and Zugis are here. Launex goes down. You got Zugis on the back of the bomb site. He's already been softened up. He will be able to find one, but the flames take him down. Symmetry, 1-for-1 is not enough. And we have seen a collapse of the highest magnitude here from FUT. Demon. He's had some really big moments, but he's slowed down just like the rest of this team. Fred, this is not going to be it. Partizan from 11-1 down, drop one round since then. They bring things to overtime, and they look flawless there. I mean, it goes without saying, the mentality will be in a really bad spot for FUT. How can they bounce back for map number 3? Can they bounce back for map number 3? Because that was a pretty humiliating display.
Yeah, to be quite honest, Charlie, I don't think mentally they'll be able to reset. Individually, they just fell off the cliff. Honestly, I mentioned it in the game. They could have just opted for a rinse and repeat of just decision makings. It could have been mid rushes, A rushes, long plays, whatever they wanted. And I think FUT eventually should have got 2 rounds on their T side. You know, in a lot of games, you'll see some teams win 2 half buys in a map, let alone just needing 2 on the T side of Dust. We mentioned, okay, yeah, their Dust 2 T side's a little bit worse than the CC side. Charlie, they only needed 2 rounds. That's all that was needed. And for FUT now, not only are they going to be so kind of disappointed with that, there's now, just treat it like a best of 1. For Partizan, they've got so much more confidence. They've got so much more kind of players stepping up. I was really impressed with Collins. He had a monster of a game. And I think Partizan, again, they're in an opportunity to create such an upset because 11-1 down, they've able to come back, win Dust, and now they've got a chance for the series. I'm so excited to see how things do pan out in Ancient. We're going to be jumping to a break beforehand, though. Final map of the series is going to be underway shortly. Partizan with quite the comeback. They were 11-1 down, Charlie, and they were able to bring it back on Dust 2. And now we move to Ancient with so many questions to be asked. And I think the main one is, can FUT mentally reset after the devastation of Dust 2?
I think that's got to be the biggest one, doesn't it? Look, it was probably one of the most shocking games that we've seen in a while. Probably softened slightly by the fact that we watched TNL lose a 12-0 half to Batera, but equally it is just as disastrous, really. The fact that their team's on Dust is bad. It's not nearly that bad, though. And in a game that all of the momentum's in their favour, Partizan feel sort of down and out, and still FUT haven't been able to do it. It's going to be a really tough one for them to take. I think a lot of weight is going to be on Coolio here. You've got to have the coach really chime in, really see how he can rally the troops, because, look, clearly the timeouts didn't work. Maybe a bit of a longer break can do the trick. We are moving on to a new map. I suppose it's going to be looked at as a new look as well. It's like you highlighted beforehand, you can't view this kind of as a best of one. I think both teams are going to need to now, because Ancient, I don't know what way this is heading now. After I saw FUT take Mirage, after we saw FUT sort of even leading 8-0, I sort of believed, okay, this is going to be FUT. Easy semi-final spot confirmed. Now, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, the funniest part of all of this is we saw the craziest of comebacks from Batera on the map 1 of their first series in the playoffs against TNL, where they were 12-0 down on Overpass, and they were able to come back and win that, and obviously that map gave them the series. Now here for Partizan, 11-1 down on Dust 2, with this map being the opportunity for the series, and the victor obviously playing against Batera, so we're going to have potentially the idea of the crazy comeback semi-final, which honestly would be quite the storyline. And I think that's
two teams, you can make the argument maybe you shouldn't be there, would be a brilliant stat line to see, but still, no guarantees, no certainties in this quarterfinal. Ingest taps away, will find one. To find a second through the smoke as well. Symmetry through the smoke. Hello.
Yeah, Zugis. Nice double here. The tap of the bomb from AidKit, and then I think he realised, actually, let me just stick the bomb, because the chance of winning this round somewhat slim. Let's at least get the bomb plant bonus.
It's all on AidKit, and he's able to miss one shot before Krebeni domes it at the V2000. But do keep 5 survivors. Is a bomb plant for Partizan, so if they are going to go for a force buy, can have a little bit more cash to work with.
Obviously, they are going to be going for the investment here. We've got AidKit on a Galil. Rest of the team going for pistols, though. An interesting decision. I would have thought we'd see plenty of Galils in play, but they haven't opted for it.
Util. Thrown over towards B, but it's all a bit of a ruse. Partizan, they've got the bomb. They've got AidKit over towards A, but they hadn't still actually come through yet. They've just thrown presents, but it's taken quite a while for them to make their move anywhere. The 3 towards middle now. They're going to swarm onto Launex in Donut, who is just jiggling, but Kindo catches him on the jiggle. They throw in towards A main. Zugis is all that's here in A. Playing towards CT. Fires off a couple of pot shots. Flash comes down. Perfect with Flash. And Kindo instant headshot for his second.
Excellent shot there from Kindo. Demon rotating round. Symmetry through the smoke as well. 3 versus 3 now. Okay, weapons have been retrieved, but... Is it a fuse kit here for Symmetry? Can slow things down a little. 2 in middle here for the CTs, but we are going to have a long play from AidKit. That's the Galil, but Symmetry gets the trade. AidKit's still close for the late play here. Great find from AidKit.
Yeah, Collins just needs to delay. Buy your time. Round's in a great spot already, and it will be a Partizan victory. I mean, FUT have done a really good job actually being able to find 2 kills through smokes. We saw it on the pistol. We saw it here, even after the bomb site was taken by Partizan. They found a 2-man advantage just for 2 kills to be found through smokes. Makes it very close again, but it's a great decision from Akit to wrap around in middle. And Kindo goes 1 for 1, which you certainly think it's his job more than done. I mean, he finds 3 kills in the round. Kindo had an unreal second round force buy there for Partizan. But it was Akit's kill who really confirmed it.
Yeah, obviously, aid kit in the back lines and the flanks. That's exactly the type of play that Partizan needed just to confirm the round, to confirm. See that second round force. Symmetry will get one with the 5-7, but Kindo's already got a double.
And clean bomb site take. One can get planted. We will see Launex push through the smoke. He finds Vlad, but trade seen from Dragon. Zugas is behind the bomb site.
Yeah, the issue is Zugas might be here, but his teammates have all fallen in the process, and it's not as though he's in a position where he can guarantee a kill right now. He's just looking to back away.
A good response from Partizan. Look, lose the pistol, win the second round force. Best FUT's full investment as well. And you can start to set up your actual T side. You're up against what will be an eco just with Zukas' obviously saved pistol and armor. It could still be around where Partizan can look to just make a decent bit of cash.
Obviously, though, Partizan, they're going to be going 3 rounds up. A really, really good position for Partizan. Obviously, as we mentioned, they probably should have been out of this one. They should have been eliminated. Kindo, nice triple here, leaving Krabeni alone in the 1 versus 4. Is here towards cave.
Well, he won't quite force him forwards, but the bullets do. Collins finds. And only 1 casualty there for Partizan, so like we expected, should be a round where they can pretty easily make a decent bit of money.
Partizan. Again, to remind anyone that's only just tuning in now, Partizan were 11-1 down on Dust 2. Their opponents only needing 2 rounds on the T side.
Yeah, and somehow we're still here. Somehow Partizan kept fighting. Even after it looked like the game was lost, they kept battling back. And in doing so, it's allowed them to bring things here onto Ancient. It's given them another crack at this series. Another chance for semi-finals. And I think Partizan would have... And a lot of teams would be viewing Partizan very differently here if they're the ones to make the semi-finals. Probably one of the toughest draws up against BetBoom in the round of 16. They overcome them. Difficult team in FUT as well. Taking them down, I think there's going to be a lot of people saying, okay, this was a team that was on pretty dicey form before this event. I've come into it with sort of new level of determination. Krabeni towards cave. Being able to make his way into here. Kindo will clear. Not fully. He looks a little bit caught off, but he still managed to find the frag.
Oh, Demon could get found. He's spamming through the smoke, and Dragon's so close. That is brilliant there from Dragon. 4 versus 2 now.
And CT's just going to back away. Nothing too fancy from Partizan. Just a hit towards B. Kindo has been unreal at the start of this game so far. Second round force buy. You could certainly make the argument he's the reason as to why they won the round. 3 kills found. 2 important openers with the Desert Eagle. And then since then, he's been finding a lot of impact on each of these rounds. We've had, what, 5 rounds of play so far? Averaging 2 kills a round.
Yeah, Kindo. I think Kindo's always been a player that I think we've always said for Partizan, he has these big moments, he has these kind of key performances, but a lot of the time he's overshadowed by players like Dragon, and I think with the newer addition of Aid Kit, I think there's been a lot of conversation about what he's going to be able to provide. So I think for Kindo, a game like this, especially with the amount of importance here, I think this will be one where I think a lot of the plaudits would go the way of Aid Kit and Collins after that CT performance on Dust. But if Kindo can continue this level on Ancient, that'd be absolutely so important, so impressive.
Better looking around here from FUT at least. And it is actually the half bar around these saved weapons. Collins and Vlad have both been found. Aidkit towards A main. We are seeing the boost. Aidkit has spotted, not able to find though. Not wanted to overcommit. He does have the bomb. We've got really deep position here from Krabeni. Dragon just grey screening through the smoke. Does get found. It leaves it all on Aidkit and Kindo.
Yeah, Kindo. 1 versus 3 here. He's had a good game, but surely not going to be going this well. Kindo. Repositioning here, but I think we've got to accept the FUT. They're going to get their second here. We thinking there's a number that FUT need to find on this CT side? Obviously, we would have thought 11 would be enough on Dust 2. Is there a number?
I don't really think so. As long as it's not too far gone. Just due to the fact Partizan currently are on a side of the map that they have actually had some difficulties at. You even look at some games against teams that probably aren't quite to the same level as Partizan, and the T side they've really struggled on. They lost 13-2 recently, only were able to win 1 round on their T side. That was the pistol that they won there. Spirit Academy, I mean, we know that they're a good team. Partizan only able to find 3, so I think Partizan have had a lot of difficulties on this T side, whereas FUT less so. They've been pretty comfortable on both sides of this map, so I think it's more so what can Partizan, what number do they need to find rather than FUT, really. And I think as long as Partizan can look to find 5-6 rounds, I think they'll certainly have a decent chance. Aidkit does find 1, but his teammates have all fallen. Aidkit will go down. Alex and Krabeni, big hold on the B-bomb site, 2 kills apiece. And first pause coming through from Partizan. They can cobble together a buy if that's what they want to. But it won't be quite perfect.
Obviously, it seemed like Partizan were having a strong T side and were looking pretty persuasive, but for FUT to find themselves these last couple, I guess, potentially, it's kind of just the idea that they had a real issue on Dust, and I think that Dust 2 game is one that's going to break a lot of confidence. I think that's going to be it's going to be a game that they're going to remember for quite some time in the kind of least fond of ways, because for FUT, we should have already seen them progress to the semi-finals. They can kind of start, I guess, already doing their preparation for that game. And the fact that we're not there, the fact that FUT are going to have to battle it out here on Ancient is never going to be nice. But the fact they found a couple rounds on the CT side, the fact that players like Krabeni, like Launix have had the odd moment here or there, going to be important for them. And obviously, Partizan, They're close to being financially reset. So if FUT play this one well, they can take the lead here on the CT side.
Gave Partizan go. We're having a bit of a ramp progression from FUT. Partizan potentially have a bit of a timing to slip past this. Vladen has been found over towards A from Symmetry. 3 defenders now. Kindo's going to get a bit more than he bargained for, peeking into 2. A lot of information that the T's have, and they tried to swarm, tried to overwhelm, but Launex being the extra man makes all the difference. Dragon does get 1, not ready for Launex to swing into him. So all square here on Ancient, 4-4. And that obviously was an investment. Partizan are going to go for an eco. Dragon has bought out an AK, whether it's going to be hero AK or you might just sell it. FUT can bring himself back into this. This obviously was pitched round 1 from FUT, but a 4-round streak after that. So, got a chance here to see 4 on the board in a row from FUT as well.
Obviously, I think Symmetry, he had good moments on Dust 2. Sadly, it didn't really mean much as they somehow lost that map. He had 22 frags there. Didn't have the best of times on Mirage. He's been kind of sticking at net neutral throughout the majority of this game, and that has continued on Ancient. But as I mentioned, it's important that Krebeni's having impact because he's had a really tough game. He had 7 kills, obviously, throughout Mirage. 15 on Dust 2. Quick switches, the continual quick switches from Dragon there. There's something quite funny about it.
I like the idea of the boost there. Sort of on top of the boxes as well. Dragon does get a bit of a glimpse of the player, but not able to find. Symmetry's up. Eyes off a pot shot. Nothing connects. Obviously, as soon as Dragon goes down, this round's essentially done, but Dragon will be the final player to fight. Finds a second. A couple of kills just to try to lessen the amount of economy that FUT can grow, but you can see already they're in a really good position economically.
But though with the lead now. Seemed as though they were getting a little bit manhandled there by Partizan initially, but Kindo hasn't had those continual kind of carrying moments, and in doing so, Partizan, the losses have been seen. Alex gets 1, takes down Dragon, but I mentioned we've seen this Dragon-Vladen combination very frequently. He's gained a lot. Kindo dealt with by Demon. Demon here, not alone though, he's got Krebeni by his side. Advantage going the way of FUT.
Yeah, got a boost up for aid kit towards Red Room, but no one's there. We've already got deep space taken from Zugas towards 8. Symmetry could be looking to re-aggress here through Donut. Smoking mid, baits out the peak from Krebeni, and aid kit will find a frag back. Zuga's actually pushing through A now, so Symmetry rotating off to strengthen up this B-bomb site. Good chance for Partizan here. They will hear these steps from Symmetry. And Zuga's behind. He's behind a lot of players, but he is going to be peeking into this. There's so many targets. Zugas, I mean, he gets a lot of information about the cost of his life. Both CTs rotating across, so they're both here already.
Nice find through Symmetry. Yeah, he gets 2, but Vladen, he gets a 4K in the round. Absolutely brilliant from Vladen.
Yeah, that's a bit of an unfortunate one there, actually, for because they had so much information there, thanks to the push through that we did see from Zugis, but the issue is he sort of peaks as his team smoke off cave. And as Partizan don't look to go through the smoke instantly, it kind of just feels like he gives up a gunfight. And best case scenario, I think we see Zugis go 1-for-1. Dragging out towards middle, does find one, but Zugis not shying away, and will peek even wider to get the trade. Aid kit completely caught off as Krebeni through the smoke. That's the bombing. The arms of Krebeni now.
Yeah, Collins, he's taking some deep space here. The issue is, Krebeni's got so much control. He's got a teammate alongside him, I believe it's Demon. They don't need to really go searching any further, and that's why we're seeing a lot of discipline out of Zugis.
Collins will peek. Collins will spot Zugis on towards A. Gambling. He's not going to get flanked on towards middle.
Nice shot from Symmetry there. Timing pretty perfect. Krebeni on that retrieved orb. It's now Kindo in a 1 versus 3. And Kindo, he had 11 kills quite early on. I want to say, you mentioned he had a 2 KR. That would have been 5 rounds in. I want to say it was, yeah, round number 5, I think, when they were 4-1 up. I think he had 10 kills. He's now sat on 11. 5 rounds later.
Yeah, we'll just have to go for the safe here, though. And it's a really risky play from FUT there, just to send Krebeni through that B main smoke, but it manages to pan out. They do find the success off of it, despite how risky it has been. They've gone around the half. Partizan, obviously they were 4-1 up early. It is their T side that, like I've said, in recent times they've been pretty underwhelming them. I think 5 honestly isn't too bad. If they can manage to find 6, I think they'd be really happy about this. Benny gets an aggressive here. The Mac 10 certainly not a bad weapon up in the face.
Collins is the type of playstyle he needs to go for. Great HE grenade onto Collins, but he will find another. Deagle spamming, I believe from Symmetry there. Got the orb posted up from ramp. This is a risk, and Collins. Wow. Oh, that's great from Collins. Symmetry gets one back, though. We're going to see the rotation out of Partizan, the pivot towards A.
And that's the perfect call for it. Kindo does have a smoke grenade, can just throw that out towards ET. Bomb can get planted, but just Collins being given 3 gunfights. How much could he push through the smoke? It's a little shallow, but isn't going to. Dragging takes down Symmetry towards mid, and it feels inevitable that 6-6 is what we will see.
Alex, he gets the first, and the second, and the third! Okay, no 6-6 today as FUT. They needed a clutch, and Launux finds it. What in the world has just happened there? Obviously, the CT, or the T, sorry, from Temple decides to swing to get the refight on the refrag, but they just line up perfectly. Great spray transfer there from Launux from 1 to 2, and then just continues holding Mouse 1. That is insane.
I mean, it's what I said. Look, the smoke that was thrown from the T's is a little deep that Launux could just walk through. The fact that no one clocked it in a 1 versus 3, I mean, you've got to do better there. I mean, Dragon's just spamming that smoke there, just not aware that he could have already crept through, and Kindo and Collins, like you said, just lining up perfectly.
It's a 1 versus 3 that he's always going to go for as well. It's not as though he's going to go for a save or anything like that, where, okay, yeah, you might not need to hold the smoke. He's always going to go for that round.
Yeah, big missed opportunity there for Partizan. Find themselves a leveled up game here on Ancient. We'll see if 5 rounds is enough. Play through A from the teaser. There's a play on the back of the bomb site, that being Vlad, and he goes down to the flame. Dragon with Julies in hands, caught out. The flashbang is a good utility from FUT.
Launox. Important kill there. Confirms the round. 2 versus 5. I think that's a little too far, a little too out of reach. Obviously, after FUT messed things up on Dust 2, I think the confidence and, I guess, the chance of winning the series, I guess, was reset a little, but they're still in a decent spot. They win the pistol. We're seeing an 8-5 scoreline, expected for that to go 9, unless if Partizan make a risky decision to fully invest.
Well, they are going to be going for this force. A couple of MP9s, a couple of 5.7s, aid kit fully saving for the AWP. Collins spotted early towards cave. Collins wants to take the fight with the MAC-10.
I think
just darted across.
Yeah, this is a really risky decision for Partizan. And in the current climate of this round, I think the best thing that Partizan can do is just go for the full save. You know, you stack a bomb site, you go together, you play 4 on B or 4 on A or whatever you want to do. You play as a unit, and if they head to the correct bomb site, you've got a good chance. You've got a 4-man B defense, but they're not opting for that approach currently. Smokes it down, bomb's getting planted, just go for the save. There is no value in trying to throw players into this retake. It's never going to happen. Just accept the fate. Launox obviously was that 1 versus 3 clutch. It gave not only FUT the lead heading into the second half, but I guess the idea for Partizan of a slight dropped heads moment, because that should have been a 6. We should be looking at a 6-6 scoreline, and then I guess at least for Partizan, we'd be heading into a 9-6 scoreline opposed to a 10-5. That's where we should be heading. Obviously, Partizan, they got the opportunity to win the next one, but Aid kept a bit of money in the reserve to allow for an AWP in the next round. I don't mind that decision-making, but he might be drawn to a little bit more of an investment here. Potentially bringing out a Deagle or something.
I feel like they suddenly have stabilised after what was a pretty tragic loss for them on Dust. And if they can win the next 4 buy, that's where instantly a game that was looking like it should have been a 6-6. Thinking you missed it, the second half could have completely fallen apart for Partizan. Well, it's somehow not connecting there. They look so spot on. A lot of chaos in middle, though, as Kindo will find 2 with the 5-7. Aidkit having to fall back into Donut. Dragon on this MP9. He has only 10 points of pelv and will get found.
Great find there from Zugis. Quick adjustment. Aidkit searching for that weapon. 3 versus 3 now. Collins just on a PT50. Aidkit unarmored. Oh, great damage there. Kindo can take down Demon. But the symmetry... The jumping Mac 10, and Zugis will get his second of the round. 10 now secured from FUT. They are 3 away. See, they were 2 away throughout Dust 2 on that T side, and they really struggled, but surely we're not going to see any type of repeat of that. They've got another opportunity to find the series, and they cannot squander it. To be fair, the last 3 losses that FUT have faced here on Ancient have been 13-11 losses. There has been some disastrous losses here for FUT.
Well, this full buy potentially could make life a lot easier if FUT can overcome this. And already with a man advantage, Dragon forced back from Red Room and tagged down even more so from the Flames. Oh, things go from bad to worse as Dugas finds Vlad. And you see a kill ball back, but look at all the deep space that Launix has.
Yeah, Launix is in such a good position. They can just drop the smoke. Kindo's going to get drawn into this. Launix gets a free frag. Oh, he's timing this. Oh, okay. Zugas finds Dragon as well. 1 versus 4 for Aid Kit. Round over. 11 found. And I don't really know what Partizan are going to choose to do. Are they going to go for the force around this save door? Is Aid Kit going to try and give this round a go? I just don't know what the best choice is. And whichever one we see, I feel like it's going to have some real ramifications.
Yeah, and that's under the assumption that for even allow this orb to be saved.
That's very true.
See Demon's already creeping slightly closer, will spot, and yeah, certainly no orb saved. I think honestly, even if we do have the open play, I mean it's a tough call. I'd say I wouldn't want to see a buy, but chances are you'd be looking at a 12-5 at that point. Sure, you can obviously go on to win it, but the fact that we're seeing a pretty heavy half buy here. Collins down to 550, so obviously it's full loss, and with the new CD money, you get a little bit of extra from a couple of kills, but Partizan, it kind of feels like they even need to win this. Collins boosted up. Try and spot something down towards ramp. Util is being thrown over. A couple of pot shots fired. Demon tagged down to 23 points of health. 5-7 for Aid Kit nearby. We'll spot one out. Spamming away. So much damage dealt to Launix, but no kill found. Collins making perfect use of this M4. Finds a triple. And 19 points of health for Launix. And I said Partizan, it sort of feels like they need to win this. They're on track to do it.
Collins done so much work here. Obviously was such an activator and a catalyst for Partizan's success on Dust 2. The round isn't over yet. Best chance in this one possibly would have been to boost Launix up. They still can go for that game plan. The MP9's playing shoulder to shoulder. Launix has just had a decent clear of this angle. They are pretty certain as to where Krebeni resides. No defuse kit though. That's what makes this one tough. Flashbang coming through. Krebeni, oh, he's so low. It's going to be so tough. And now it is all on Launix. He has been dealt with though. And there is enough time, I believe. So that should be 6.
Yeah, just about. Not a huge amount of time for Partizan to play with after this defuse. Maybe a couple of seconds in it. They do have enough. Round does go their way. Obviously, we know how difficult round number 12 was for FUT to find on Dust. Hopefully, it's not going to be a repeat of that for their sake. A heroic round from Collins. Saw him try to get boosted up, didn't quite work, did some decent damage to Demon, I believe, but was able to finish those players off as he just goes for the peak. He knows that Aid Kit's gone down, but he also knows that Aid Kit's taking a lot of attention away.
Still, a long road back for Partizan. It is what we said on Dust 2, though. And somehow they were able to make that work.
Demon gets the opening kill. Launix as well strikes. Collins' heroics in the last might all count for nothing as FUT instantly back to winning ways for a mid-take. Collins doing his best. He will find one. Collins gets a second again. I thought we were going to see another triple from him, but does get put to rest. And Kindo attempting to save this gun will get caught out by Krebeni, who's already on the lurk.
That is now 12. That is FUT with 6 opportunities to close out the series and progress to the semi-finals.
Six opportunities for, I mean, it could have been wrapped up on Dust. It should have been wrapped up on Dust. But I suppose equally, you do have to give them some credit that even after losing in the fashion that they did, they have been able to put on a good display here. Collins has really come alive here towards the end of this map. Sadly, just don't know if it is enough. Let's find the opening kill here.
Zugis, though, he'll take him down. And 4 versus 4 now. So much on the line for Partizan. All that good work from Dust 2. We might not even see the benefits of it. Zugis is low, though. Double cave setup. Flashbang into Donut. Timing on the flash looks good. Launix needs to find Kindo. Is successful there. Launix is low, and so is Zugis, but he still gets the trade onto Dragon. Aid kit. Oh, I think they know they're both here. I think they've got knowledge of it. He would have spotted out both the MP9 and obviously the AWP shot came through. Zugis is low, but Symmetry still the one holding this AWP. Molly sent into cave. That's going to delay Aid kit by a few seconds. And speaking of kits, I don't think there is a diffuser. Smoke on Vladen.
There is.
Yeah, I think they're just going to have to drop a smoke on the bomb. I think that's the only way they make things work. Vladen, pull the pin on that smoke now. They landed on the bomb, but Symmetry, that's a quick shot. Zugis has an HE grenade, in fact, as well, so even if a smoke lands on the bomb, oh, but it doesn't matter. Symmetry finds on the AWP. And there it is, FUT 13-6. Kind of the scoreline we expected on Dust 2. They are victorious, and they make their way through to the semi-finals now. A great performance here from FUT. I think we expected them to find victory even throughout Dust 2, but sadly it wasn't to be. But FUT are going to be facing Batera here. Sadly for Partizan, we aren't going to be seeing the comeback semi-final as Batera showed an excellent comeback for TNL, and we obviously saw that 11-1 comeback from Partizan on Dust. So we don't see that FUT victorious. We have that first semi-final confirmed, but we've got one more now to determine these final top 4 teams here in the Proving Grounds for Season 4.
Yeah, I mean, certainly wasn't as clean as FUT would have liked. Map number 1, there was a few closer moments, but FUT did just outlast Partizan towards the end. Obviously, Dust 2 speaks for itself in terms of what happened there, but Ancient was a reasonably smooth sailing for FUT, and that obviously, like you said, will be that semi-final spot taken there from this ex-Na'Vi Junior roster. So it's a big showing. It's an important game for FUT. I think they did need to come over the line. We did say at the start of the day we did feel like FUT were slightly favoured in the game. I think there's a lot of credit we do need to give to Partizan though. Not necessarily just for this game, but in terms of how they performed here at this event. Though 0-2 down in the Swiss stage, losing 2-0 to Patera, losing 2-0 to Sinners, they bought their way all the way through the Swiss stage after backs against the wall basically since sort of day 2, able to keep themselves alive, bring things to play. I've taken down some very solid teams along the way, 2-0 versus Apogee, 2-0 versus Copenhagen Wolves, and then in playoffs they arguably got one of the hardest draws, if not the hardest draw against Bet Boom, and they were able to eliminate them in a 2-1 fashion. There's a lot of positives that I think Partizan probably needed, to be fair. It felt like they're a team that sort of needs some sort of good grace, as things have been pretty difficult for them, but certainly have been those positives, and hopefully for them they can look to come back in the next season and see what they can do there. Obviously, congratulations to FUT, and we'll get to see them play tomorrow, won't we, Fred?
Yeah, obviously that's going to be an exciting semi-final, but to join Ents in that other semi-final, we have got Fnatic or Nemiga. Obviously, Charlie, I'm under the impression we were a little bit late when it comes to the start of that game. So what we're going to do is we're going to wrap things up here. We're going to be jumping to a short break, and then hopefully we'll be in the action for that final quarterfinal in just a moment's time. So don't go too far. We'll be seeing that Fnatic versus Nemiga game very shortly. Going to be heading into the action in just a moment's time. Obviously, this is our final quarterfinal of today. We've got Fnatic against Nemiga. Charlie, thoughts and feelings as we head into this one?
Yeah, I mean, look, final quarterfinal of today, final quarterfinal in general. The others have all been wrapped up, all been concluded, and already 3 teams confirmed in these semi-finals. Fnatic or Nemiga are going to be playing against ENCE in that semi. I'm super interested in this. We got to watch both these teams progress here into the quarterfinals. That Nemiga game, Fred, very close, wasn't it there? I mean, 16-14 against Monty, 13-10 against Monty. Felt like he could have went either way. I think we saw some really nice stuff from Nemiga. I think like since we've seen Zwei leave the roster, Swallow had a monster performance against Monty, in fact, to be fair. But it felt like we were seeing a lot of mistakes from Nemiga. We were seeing, I mean, trading was pretty poor from them. And that felt like a really big issue for their T sides, personally, to me.
Yeah, no, I think right now, when you look at this Nemiga team, they've looked okay, but again, I think they're still trying to kind of reconfigure how they want to play this one with the recent addition of Sawalia. Same can kind of be said for Fnatic, right? They've just brought in Cypher. I feel like the entry success that Cypher's given, and I guess the kind of stability regarding the team's kind of cohesive nature has been really nice, which is obviously going to be a real positive. But we're looking at the vetoes now. We're looking at the kind of the maps and I guess the favoring, the sample size and everything like that. Is there anything here that you're looking at vetoes wise that you're thinking, okay, well, we can't see a 2-0? Because I'm looking at these 3 maps and I'm going, well, Train's fairly even as the decider. Mirage is Mirage, and Ancient, both teams play a lot and the win rate's fairly similar. I can't really see an argument massively for either team to take this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? It feels very similar to what we probably said for Fnatic. Yes, to bring it to a very close game against Guns there. One thing Fnatic did surprise was being able to win Ancient. And after they won Ancient, that's where obviously they moved on to their map pick of Train, and that's where they ended up getting the success there. So we are going to see them on Ancient again. It's again going to be their opponent's map pick, but we'll see if Fnatic can have a similar result. Already we've seen the opening kill found from Sawali go. Risky gets one before Blamefkin chimes in, but could get overwhelmed and swarmed upon, and he will do. Pistols looking pretty good here for Nemiga. What a couple of kills found from Lear. 3 kills in total from him. We'll secure Nemiga that pistol victory. And Fnatic with little success might not even consider going for this force bite.
Yeah, I think as well. It's very early doors. It's not as though second half. It's not as though things have looked, disappointing or devastating where they feel they need to win rounds. But, and I guess on the same, kind of on the other side, of the same coin is, well, you don't need to worry about kind of the ramifications or the massive issues that losing a second round force would do. So, Fnatic clearly confident in their first 4x versus 4x. They don't feel like they need absolutely everything there. Khan under pressure here. He's going to have some help from the 2 players in middle now.
Reasonably easy clean up here by the looks of things. Lear has been tagged away, so might not want to take this fight too heavily. The Mac-10s by a majority of the kills. And Nemiga do find their second, only losing 1 player in total there. Still, they've got these 2 Mac-10s in play. And there's a lot of space that you could use them. Whether it's taking mid fast, whether it's going to be looking out towards the cave.
I don't love the investment here from Fnatic. They've opted primarily, well, I say primarily, they've opted all for weaponry. And it means there's very limited utility remaining. There's only 8 pieces of util. And we've got 1 minute and 40 to play. So I think this is where we could see a big risk. And as you mentioned, there is plenty of SMG still. There's 2 Mac-10s. Here, force back. Smoke of the Molotov here. Flashbang coming through. Timing on the nade. A little bit off, but could work. Could have worked even.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Fnatic, essentially with the util that they had, that sort of threw out any idea or any possibility of mid-aggression or any aggression through B. So I have to be a bit more passive here. Xanta will find Cypher, spots out Fear on the boost as well, and it's decent information here for the rest of his team. Here he is just going to wait in this donut smoke, potentially for his team to make some contact towards A before going through. AMF still contemplating. Lear. And we'll get taken
nice
down.
find.
These look really sharp here early, to be fair. I don't mind the play from Fnatic. Trying to catch Nemiga out before the bomb can even go down. Doesn't quite work out. Lose 2 players and just find 1 kill and Fear. Did get that initial trade onto Xanta, but might have no choice but to back away. Offered a bit of a gunfight there from Khan, but without any kill coming through, Nemiga should be on track to find their 3rd.
Yeah, this is Nemiga's map pick. I think we're both under the impression that they're going to feel a little bit more confident on Ancient in comparison to Fnatic. But look, the win rates, however much Fnatic, this is statistically their worst map. It's still a 40% win rate here. You look to their kind of most recent games. They've played it 9 times in the last couple months, of which they've only lost it 3 times. Obviously, they went on a crazy loss streak on this map, but it's kind of since Cypher's been on this team, the win rate is massively skyrocketed. So I think the stats are a little bit skewed, aren't they?
Yeah, it does feel like that at times. I do think it's interesting when you look towards Fnatic's map pick, because they basically, I mean, this veto always sort of gave off the idea that it was going to be Ancient, Mirage, and Train. And it just sort of depends on what order we were going to see these maps played. Fnatic have opted to pick Mirage instead of Train. I'm not sure if I love that. I mean, you could argue they've sort of got a slight advantage on both, just stats-wise. Obviously, we did see them take down guns yesterday. They had a really good T side. Wasn't as good on their CT side, surprisingly, but I'm not sure if this opens up any room for Nemiga, but it is a 4-on-4 here on round number 5. Or round number 4, I should say.
Nice from Khan, though, holding from the aggression, or for the aggression, sorry, of Jambo. Position here out of Fear. Blame F close by as well.
Oh, what a flash. Fear actually quite lucky to even be alive.
And he will find one. Blame F takes down Khan. Fear again. Okay, well, Sawalio forced into a tough 1 versus 3. And Cypher, he can find that pick.
Yeah, real missed opportunity there for Nemiga. I mean, the flashbang into Fear was so good. They knew exactly where he was. But I said yesterday we saw some trading issues for Nemiga. We see it again. Fear somehow able to find 2. I have no idea how that's ever coming through. Finally does get taken down by the 3rd player just due to him not realising there's another player there. It does feel like you need to see a little bit more from Nemiga there, considering the weapons they were up against, considering they had the advantage.
Walio. He's had a good start to this game. Same with Lit. 10 kills, 2 deaths combined for these 2.
So Olio just making a bit of presence over here towards A. Oh, tank the HE grenade pretty perfectly there. Jambo posted with the AWP, waiting for anything to push towards mid, but nothing's coming just yet. Jambo does get his chance and will strike clear down. Searching even more with this AWP here. Does have Blame F by his side, so we can see these 2 CTs flank very quickly towards the B lanes. Walio comes into contact with Blame F after finding that. You think he's got a good chance to find Jambo, but a quick 180. Jambo does keep Fnatic in the advantage, but very fast here is the AWP behind Cave. Jambo finds his 3rd of the round. If you remember yesterday, 4 guns, Jambo to close out Ancient had a 1 versus 3 clutch and a 4k in the final round. Although it's not necessarily a great map for AWPing, there's a lot of sort of passive holding of angles at times, being a bit more supportive for your team. Just see the way Jambo played this round. Certainly not necessarily what he wants to do on this occasion.
Yeah, obviously Jambo, if he's able to bring that similar level of kind of threat to Ancient, I think we've got a real banger.
After a very good start from Nemiga, after what should have probably been a 4-0 start from Nemiga, we're going to have a leveled up game nice and early here.
Obviously for Fnatic, it is their CT side of which normally prevails massively here on Ancient, so they need to, I guess, continue with this.
And clean sweep, 5 survivors. CT's money's looking really good already. Obviously, we will have another buyout for Nemiga, but still gonna have to wait a little bit longer before we can see Khan wield that AWP to try to face off against Jambo.
Is that 3-3 as we alluded to though? Money is still just enough for Nemiga. They've got AKs, util's not great. It's not great, it is awful.
Swalio and Xanta both close here towards Donut. The CTs do look like they are going to re-aggress on this angle. Xanta finds the first. Crims can't double up. Unable to take down Swalio. This leaves a lot of room for A to be found. Cypher through the molly. And into the smoke. Not going to push through. And we'll just hold.
Fair, just patiently waiting here in Temple. Oh, smoke now down. And CT's just going to be falling back. They're obviously disadvantaged, but I think for Fear, for Cypher, they were searching for something in the hopes of, well, if I get a kill, we can go 3v3. We've got a tiny bit of util to work with. We could have given it a go, but they just can't justify it. I don't mind the save, though. I think it's the right call from Fnatic. No need to just throw these weapons away.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, money's in a really good spot for Fnatic. There's no need to make it worse yourself by just, like you said, going for a round that you're not going to have much chance in. And Nemiga do deny Fnatic taking the lead here. Nice round for them. Good call to hit towards Donut, and the kills just do go their way. I think people probably are coming into this game, I'd say, giving Fnatic probably the slight advantage, which I think a lot of these more evenly matched teams, I think a lot of people are probably going to look at a slight advantage against Nemiga just due to recent form. I think Nemiga shown yesterday against Monty that although they haven't quite been perfect, they certainly have done enough and they've got enough. They can just bring things over the line when the pressure's on.
Yeah, well, obviously, Nemiga as well are a team. I think both this Nemiga roster and Fnatic roster have played at really high levels. You look at some of the results and you look at some of the kind of the history of these games. You've got teams like Paravision, like G2, you know, Ends. These are rosters that these two teams have, you know, played against. Obviously, we've seen this matchup fairly recently. It was about a week or so ago, of which Fnatic were victorious in a 2-0 fashion, but both those maps were super close, super duper close, and leaves for a lot of excitement. But smoke faded on the bomb site, 4 versus 4. Just an HE grenade in play for Nemiga, and speaking of HEs, Crims finds a kill with one. Great from Sawalio, but just the one kill found. Now it's all on Risky. Sam coming through. Crims. Oh, he's done so much damage here as Crims. Look at the bomb. Oh, Crims fires back. And Fnatic with 4.
Yeah, something not a bad way for Crims to get that kill, and things are continuing to remain close here. After that initial 3-0 start for Nemiga, it's been pretty back and forth these last few. Neither team able to get an edge on their opponents, and yeah, like you said, sort of in that head-to-head, I am thinking of a pretty similar outcome of this game, where it is going to be a very close one, even if it's not a 2-0. Imagine it's going to have the same sort of feel about it, and I think just the vetoes emphasize that even more. Both teams so close to one another statistically. Jambo spots one out towards ramp. What a find from Swalio. Flashbang certainly helping as well. Blamef in and amongst the flames. Finds Xanta. The Mac there, not the greatest weapon to trade with, but Swalio by his side. And the teaser onto the bomb site. A few players have been tagged down, but they've got themselves in a 3 versus 1. Crims can't deny the bomb.
And he's giving his position away now. Smoke landing to cave. Nice find from Sawalio.
Yeah, just takes a swing, comes out on top. Obviously, Crims went for that one just because money is still good enough for Fnatic to buy. Nemiga, despite their victory there, they're still not exactly in the greatest spot. We'll have AKs out, and finally this Orpon can't. Not a lot in the reserve. Util traded back and forth. Flashbang comes over. Xanta still taking this space through the B lanes. Blamef finding Xanta there. A bit of a row push. Xanta does fall off the angle, gives up the information, and does get found due to it. And now it's Jambo's turn to have a look towards middle with the big green in hand.
Nice find from Jambo. Goes for a second, but doesn't connect. Yeah, MP9.
Risky in the 1 versus 5. Nothing to be done. Again, this sort of back and forth nature of this game is going to continue. Neither team relenting, neither team giving up the control that they have. It's a nice find from Risky, but it's probably not going to be anything more. It's 15 seconds, does take down Fear.
Obviously, I wanted to say
for survival.
Yeah, I wanted to say at least for Fnatic, they're going to keep plenty of survivors. Obviously, there's 2 rounds left. They should be pretty comfortable regarding investments, but especially with this just being the eco from Nemiga. So Fnatic should find 6 here. Again, I think a 6 to 6 half's fair. I don't think either team... Do you think either team's had the 1-up on each other? I wouldn't have said so.
I mean, I suppose you can make the argument. Fnatic did lose the pistol. They did lose the conversion. And maybe since the weapons have been in play, I think it's fair to say they probably have had the slight edge. I think probably 6 to 6, 7 to 5 in favour of Fnatic would probably be reasonably fair of an assessment. But it is just these Glocks. PT50 and a Deagle have been purchased. You've got a flashbang as well, but It certainly is a buy, but we're not expecting a huge amount from. Can't elevate it up while his team push up the ramp. Fit gets an easy double, helped down by Xanta, finding Swalio. And a clean sweep, not even a point of damage taken there from Fnatic.
Yeah, clean way to deal with that eco. Nemiga, they've already found 5. Not a bad result, but was obviously an 8-4 half where Fnatic found victory on Ancient. Obviously, it was an 13-11 game overall. And they got 8 on the CT side. At best, they get 7 here.
Lost again from Xanta. Looking towards mid with the rest of his teammates, but Fnatic haven't really looked to fight it that massively early. So it is all this space again that's been found from Nemiga. The issue is, despite having this space, Fnatic seemingly have been able to punish them for it. Few bullets traded onto Jambo and Khan's position. Crim's aggressive here towards A main. He is going to have 2 players to face off against and finds nothing. Now Jambo under a lot of pressure. Got 3 players rotating towards Swalio's position. BlameF does clear, but not completely. Swalio has heard all of these players rotate off, so as soon as Jambo finds Risky, this is why we're now starting to see the teams pivot back. He's still thrown over towards B now. Nemiga pushing up, Swalio still in the back lines. I think BlameF might have spotted. Certainly has now. Swalio has found 3-on-3 in this final round.
BlameF, he's gone back to pick up an AK, feels most confident with the AK in hand. I think we know what BlameF can do with the right rifle. Limited utility again, just the 1 flashbang remaining in this entire retake. Xanta though taken down, Fear on a flank. Double cave is the setup though. All 3 with kits. The Fnatic can take their time with this. A 7th for Fnatic would be so key. Damage to Khan. It is just the tap of the bomb. Khan has found BlameF though. Jambo gets 1. Lear in the 1 versus 2. Oh, Lear. He can look to just take down the diffuser, but Jambo, he has a look to ramp, and he goes, well, if he's not on ramp and he's not peaked, he has to be late through cave. Great decision making there from Jambo. Fnatic will get 7.
Yeah, slight lead at the half. Like I said, I do think it's been deserved. I do think they've been slightly better than Nemiga here. Had a lot of back and forth rounds, but Fnatic, when the weapons have been out, they have had the 1-up over their opponent. Now, obviously, them moving on to their T side of this map. This is where they have had issues in the past, but as you highlighted earlier, since Cypher's edition, it hasn't been as poor as I think the stats do show. Not a huge amount of utils being invested here. P250s have been dropped across, so just a single flashbang on Crims. We've got P250 on Jambo and BlameF. A lot of gunfights are being offered up. Jambo's P250 will find 1.
A nice shot there from Jambo, taken down by Khan though.
It's just this 4 vs 2. I'm not really sure what this round was from Fnatic. Just the P250s, it felt like they were just looking for the gunfights.
Yeah,
but it does go against them.
Not really the type of approach you can really be taking, especially in a game like this. Of one that just has so much weight to it.
Both pistols the way of Nemiga. Certainly an issue that Fnatic had yesterday as well. Guns winning pretty sure every single pistol in that series, but still Fnatic did come out on top.
We've seen quite a lot of that, where one team just wins every single pistol, but it doesn't even matter.
Risky's likely going to have a lot of contact coming his way. 5 players towards main for Fnatic. All the T's ready to pounce. Biding their time for now, though. We'll have Swalio as a reasonably quick rotation. And Shadow has been spotted. Risky on the boost, able to get one before traded out. Swalio's MP9 gets one.
MF calling to his teammate to plant the bomb. Oh, Molly and CT. On plant. Oh, will come through, in fact. Well, Fnatic, they get 2 kills and a bomb plant. That's not too bad.
And they'll certainly take it from an eco. Not a huge amount you can expect from a round like that, but just all 5 players grouping up towards A. They are able to overwhelm, just about get that plant down. As well as obviously keep the money for Nemiga not nearly as good as they would have liked it to be. So MP9 on Lear here. No money in the reserve for Swalio either. First weapon round for Fnatic's T-side. Nade sent out early. He's a bit of damage to Risky and Khan. They're aggressive alongside Khan, but they will find Cypher. And this is where Fnatic feel like they've got to pivot towards A. Bomb site is open. Xanta is mid-rotation. Swalio and Khan towards Donut, and they find it all the success. Lear pushing through. Could be his own downfall.
Fnatic. They won that CT half in that 7-5 scoreline. It is now 7-7. We could quite comfortably see an 8 fair blame F. 2 versus 3. As though they want to take some space, but Molly's been dropped, which the CTs are going through, and it puts Fear in a tough 1 versus 3, and he won't even get the bomb plant. Nemiga, really nice here. They take the lead.
Yeah, all starting from the aggression towards B, though. Through cave was Lear. Khan up through mid. Allows Cypher to be found, and with all the space that Nemiga had in middle, Fnatic feel like they've been forced to head towards A. Slightly too long, and it allowed Xanta to rotate in from CT, allowed Khan to join Swalio, Util to be sent over, and couldn't even really make their way out of the A main position. This is Nemiga's map selection. Just the half by here for Fnatic could allow Nemiga to find 5, put themselves 4 rounds off taking map number 1.
Obviously for Nemiga, as you've mentioned, this is their map selection, but again, I think for Fnatic, as I've already evaluated, in their last 9 games of this map, ever since Cypher has joined, their win rate's been really good. It's been really key. So, 66% win rate. Not bad at all, is it?
Certainly he has looked good on this. Jambo, a lot of space has been found here. Swalio is going to be behind Jambo. Jambo can slip the net before Swalio can spot. Jambo spots 1, spots the 2nd. So much damage dealt to Lear. Tagged down from behind. Lear still alive, still standing. Unfortunate there, the Jambo can't find more than just the 1. Lear is low. BlameF does have this retrieved AK, but just 20 points of health, 15 seconds on the clock. Lear's found. 10 seconds. The plant has to come through. Tap. BlameF on the Desert Eagle can't connect the shot, and Swalio finds Nemiga on the board with 9 against the half by Fnatic. Gets a little bit close for comfort. It still goes their way.
Honestly, I love the confidence of Blame F actually there. He's got a dig, he's on 2 HP, and he still goes to the tap of the bomb and the planter. I really like little moments like that. I feel like it's the type of play that a lot of the time you don't really see working, and obviously for Blame F, it doesn't work, but it's still that idea that's in place. And look, it's Blame F. If there's someone to hit that type of 1D with the D shot in this server right now, I think we'd all assume it to be him, right?
Bit of attack pause for Fnatic. Just to discuss some things out. They know how close they came on that one. They know how limited the money must be for Nemiga. This could be their chance on this T side to bring themselves straight back into contention. So spending a bit more time to discuss things out than just your standard freeze time. Fnatic didn't look to fight too heavily towards mid on their CT side. We haven't seen them look to fight it a huge amount early on their T side. Finally, though, we are seeing them push out. Early A main aggression, though. Jambo has spotted, has been brought down to 27 points of health for it. Lear finds one, Xanta by his side. They drop the bomb. Smoke can't quite be thrown at the doors just yet. And it's only Blame F who can stop this. The bomb's in control of Nemiga. You've still got the low HP Crims and Jambo. The aggression through A is great, and it feels like Fnatic assume, oh, that's the aggression across the map. We know where 2 of their players are positioned, but Nemiga, that's not all they've got. Push towards B as well.
The real issue that Fnatic have faced in nearly every single one of these rounds is we're seeing a lot of early altercations go in the way of Nemiga, and even if we're seeing kind of fights go and Fnatic not falling, it seems like they're coming out of every altercation kind of battered and bruised. You see it here from Jambo, you see it here from Crims. They've taken so much damage. Obviously, 2 teammates lost in the process as well. It feels like the best option for Fnatic here. It looks like they're going to be going for the save. Just have Cypher and Fear invest around it. Obviously, they've got the full loss bonus, so we should be seeing a decent investment in the next.
I mean, this is a huge round for Nemiga to keep 5 alive as well. This was the opportunity for Fnatic to try to reset the cash of Nemiga. Weren't able to do so. So you can see all these players now will have an extra bit of cash to play with. But in terms of what we've seen sort of a head-to-head wise, where obviously the last series that we saw about a week ago between these 2 teams, where you highlighted Fnatic did win that series in a very close 2-0. One of the wins that Fnatic did get were on Ancient and then overtime in Mirage. Ancient feels like it's starting to slip slightly away for Fnatic now. I mean, look how limited the util is. After the initial pieces that get thrown, there's 2 pieces remaining. A molly on Jambo and a nade on Blame F. That's it. It has to be this playthrough B. There's nothing else that Fnatic can do. If this doesn't work out, it's going to all come down to gunfights. There's not a single piece. So Walio pushes down. We'll find one.
So Walio a little bit unfortunate to kind of get poor timing there. Risky is going to be playing from Shelf as well. He has maneuvered into Cave. Deep smoke thrown. Blame F will find Lear in the process. That's the A main aggression going nicely for Fnatic. Risky worried about players in elbow. This is all going to be about timing, but Risky, great find. This is the bomb now, and this is the issue. Blame F, you can take all this space towards A, you can get that kill, but now they've lost the bomb. Things get really awkward. Fear's been chipped away at, so is Crims. No utility, a re-smoke coming through now. And what a setup that the CTs have. Xanta laying on the edge of the smoke. Flashbang comes over, Fear not blinded. They line up and Fear finds 2. That's the Galil ringing true, and now Khan. He's in a tough 1 versus 3. I love this decision from Khan, though. He heads straight to the A-bomb site. He's actually obviously heading here towards Red Room, but the idea is that the T's, the second they get that bomb, they're most likely to head towards A because they'd assume there'd be 3 players here towards B, but Khan, his decision goes against him. Fnatic find A, but Fear getting the double there. Absolutely crazy.
It's off the back of the mist smoke there from Nemiga. towards doors. I don't really know how you can miss that smoke. It just splits. Xanta has to push through it to sort of join with his teammate in Risky there, just so he can't get overwhelmed. And instead, they end up just sort of lining up, and Fear's able to find them both. Nemiga, really good spot for them to find their 11th there. There's been a couple of times where they caught out the bomb and won the round off of it, but great double from Fear, and when Fnatic need it, they do get the hero. Early fights here, so Walio gets a double. So blinded, and Scrims does get the trade, but it's just a measly kill in a sea of blue in the kill feed. Nemiga, 2-man advantage, Jambo and Fear. Left to try to pick up the scraps.
Jambo. Here in middle. Obviously, we've mentioned what Jambo can provide in clutch moments, but maybe this is too tall of a task, and especially if Fear goes down here. There, oh, Util's raining down. Lear gets a free kill, but Xanta, okay, well, Lear was going to get the trade. I was anticipating Fear going 1-for-1 there, but Fear doesn't even get that first. And this is where Jambo's got a real tough decision to make, because the money's not perfect for Fnatic. But we're going to be seeing Fnatic in a very operative position now.
Risky's timing is great as well. Doesn't even look towards A main though. So Jambo has actually been able to sneak past.
He might have been able to sneak past a bit. If anything, this could be his own undoing, because Khan is posted up in the angle shadow spotted. Simple kill for Khan. Very easy.
And Fnatic don't really have the money to justify this. I mean, Crims can't buy, as can Cypher. The rest of the team is not great, but they are going to be going for it. Fnatic is all or nothing here in round number 20. Nemiga have the chance to bring things to 12, take their own map selection, put themselves 1-0 up in this series. If they can win against this by all the T's.
And as we mentioned, map 2 and map 3, it's not as though they're maps that Nemiga don't know how to play. Great finds from Fear though, excellent double. And it's this type of round where you've opted for a bit of a risk going for the force. I don't actually know why Blame has to look to push out. Jambo, he's planting pretty open. Could have been taken down by a spam, could have been taken down by a boost. Very easily could have had utility land. But yeah, Jambo was planting pretty far back there. I would have just assumed the spam would have taken him down, but Sawalio will find with the bullets there. Fear. He's found 3 so far in this round. There's only 2 more left, and he's going to have to find them both. Khan on the angle, and will find Risky with the defuse. Nemiga get 12.
I mean, the bomb plant, the loss bonus will allow Fnatic to get another buyout, so it's not actually going to be as disastrous as I thought things could be. But Nemiga will be able to go on to find round number 20. Round number 21, by the looks of things. Things are getting dicey now for Fnatic. 4 in a row needed. No AWP out for Jambo. We do have AKs. Galil on Cypher is taking the hit to bring out a bit more utility. And it could just be a faster approach towards B. MF is going to go up here by the looks of things towards B. We'll be able to find Khan. Xanta's forced to play a bit more discipline, not wanting to lose the whole B bomb site. So we'll reposition from Xanta. Risky here as well, even on low HP. Risky will find one. Xanta's going to easily be able to take down the bomb planter.
Yeah,
Things are just getting confused here. It's chaos, and Xanta finds so many. 3 in total.
Crims now. He's spotted Sawalio. He's got perfect intel on Sawalio. He knows exactly where he is. Oh, he's down to 10 HP. That's not how Crims anticipated that fight going. And now Xanta on the AK here. 1 bullet is all that needs to connect. Same goes for Crims, though. Issue is, Xanta, he's got the info. Or at least he had the info as where Crims resides. And that's why Xanta's kind of playing this off angle. Crims is going to jiggle. And then, oh, Crims still finds missed shots from Xanta. Fnatic. The hero of Crims in the 1v2. Wonderful there from Crims.
Yeah, just the one bullet needed to be connected for Xanta. And I love how he played it. It feels like he does everything just to try to catch off Crims. And he does that, exactly that. Takes a while for Crims to find the kill, but Xanta could not connect the bullet at all. So it's going to be the eco now for Nemiga. Fnatic should have an easy time finding 10.
Just the USBs here. Cypher does well to get both there, actually. I feel like sometimes when you see that setup, quite rarely it will work perfectly. Cypher pushes through, finds them both. Obviously, it was just that eco, though. But yeah, as you mentioned, pretty easy 10-4 Fnatic.
In fact, Nemiga actually got for a half by here as well.
I quite actually like this decision. Just ensuring that they've got every bell and whistle. They've got absolutely everything they need.
Obviously, still had a chance to win this round. It's not started off great, as both Xanta and Lear do fall. I think a pretty easy run to 24, to be fair. As it could have all been said and done if Xanta could find the kill on the Crims, but wasn't able to. And it's going to be coming down to the final round of regulation as to whether Nemiga can close things out. And I think just need the group, just need to execute, and they will find the spam through the wall onto Cypher, or from Cypher. Does find Somalia. Even better way to find an entry towards B than even need to put your life at risk. Risky does go down. It's all on the Jewelies account.
Obviously, expectation wasn't the Fnatic. We're going to have many issues with this type of round. But this is it. Okay, Nemiga, you had 4 opportunities. It's now come down to the final one.
Warpawn can't. Jambo AWP of his own. We tilt flung over the B bomb site. Fear will go for a bit of a spam.
Again, we've seen Fnatic head towards the B bomb site quite frequently, and it's worked out quite nicely, hasn't it? Risky already been softened up here towards Red Room. Jambo will find the opening kill onto Xanta as he has a look towards ramp. Still, there are 3 defenders. So Walio, if he gets aggressive towards A main, Crims is waiting for him in there. Can't. Goes for the shot there, but obviously we've got a good advantage. Fnatic. They've lost that advantage, though, with Sawalio finding Crims. 4 versus 4. This is for Nemiga to take their map selection.
MF has taken this space towards Red Room now. I mean, what can he do with it? Still this heavy lean towards B. Jambo, second kill from him. Fear's able to find one. Jambo gets his 3rd. And Nemiga, what should have been a map victory for them in regulation. Xanta should have found the kill onto Crims to take Ancient. It should have been then, leading 1-0 up in this series. We're going to overtime. Fnatic are not done yet. And Jambo, just like yesterday against Guns, had a heroic performance in the final and dying embers of regulation, and does so here again.
Yeah, honestly, Crazy comeback there from Fnatic. The second that Nemiga hit 12, I was pretty sure we were going to be just seeing Nemiga take this map, but we haven't seen that. There is a continuance here. Fnatic. They've done really well to get themselves to 12. It'd be devastating for them to kind of forego all of this good work. Again, Jambo's really stepped up. Blame F as well. Same with Fear. Been very impressed with how Fear's been playing.
Khan now had to make his way back towards Donut. There could be an imminent execute out towards A as Fnatic. You can see 2 players ready and waiting there already. Blame F joining Fear and Cypher, who could be these late flanks out mid to go for this A split. Zanta caught off in the early kill to Jambo. The last round as well. Khan's orb has rotated in, but he's smoked off from the angle. Fnatic feel like they've hit their stride here now.
Obviously for Fnatic, taking their opponent's map pick will give them such confidence moving to map number 2 of Mirage. As we mentioned before, in this previous head-to-head, we saw Fnatic 2-0. It was a victory on Ancient and obviously Mirage. Overtime featured, but it was on Mirage in which we saw that Crim's lovely triple here towards the end. Fnatic will get 13 first.
I do see 2 kills brought back from Nemiga. They're calling it tactical pause now, as this is 5 rounds in a row that Fnatic have found. We had 4 opportunities for Nemiga to close things out in regulation. Weren't able to do so. And here in overtime, things are continuing to look dicey. Since we saw Nemiga swap over to that CT side, they won 7 out of the first 8 rounds. It felt like that was enough for them to be able to bring it over the line, but just staggered. And just couldn't find a way to get that final round that would bring things onto map number 2 of Mirage there. But Jambo has come alive. It's taken him a little while to do so. He's been great, been brilliant for opening kills here.
Yeah, I think that's something that Jambo has really offered with the AWP.
Jambo on mid, even looking for another frag. How was Jambo found 2 there? Sawalio spams for the back away, but Jambo certainly does not want to back away whatsoever. And what a dominant round. This was Nemiga calling the tactical pause for this. And after 25 seconds, Khan is in a 1 versus 5.
Look, can you call a tactical pause for Jambo going for 2 picks in middle? I don't think you can prepare for that.
The bomb site's being taken slowly. We'll see Crims join his teammates. Khan's AWP scope has been heard. We are going to see a hunt here from Fnatic. Jambo finds with the AWP. Nothing to be saved into the final round. And the money of Nemiga is really rough. Khan on 2.8k. Sawalio's probably got the most at 3.9. He could bring out an M4 and Kevlar with a smoke grenade. The rest of the team have got 3 SMGs. Can't purchasing up for mass. This is not a good buy. This is not what you want to play with in the final round of the first half of OT. And if Fnatic win all 3, I think things are going to completely flip. What a double nade there from Fnatic as well. Risky tagged down to 17 points of health.
Always love those early nades to deal with kind of anyone jumping around the corner of middle or kind of dealing that early damage for any aggressors. And Risky, he's been chipped away at heavily here. A nice start to this round from Fnatic and an exceptional kind of change of pace, as we mentioned, from Fnatic overall. We're aware that Lear's here. Cypher we get chipped away at slightly by the HE grenade.
Obviously, Fnatic aren't completely aware of how low Risky is. But with a man advantage and One player tagged down on the other side of things. Fnatic have a really good chance to win this. Even just the weaponry, the lack of defuse kit, things like this. So many advantages to Fnatic, and it feels like this is why we're seeing the gamble from Nemiga. They've only got Lear defending towards the B bomb site. Barnes now joining his other two teammates towards A. It's information for Fnatic. There is one more player here in Risky, but he does get found. Khan headed towards B. And this one's done.
Not only this round, the game. Fnatic, they're 15-12. Just needing one. And it was the CT side of which they had the advantage on, which they looked much better on. This is the map pick of Nemiga, of which they had 4 opportunities to close out. Remind everyone at home, this was for Nemiga to take. This was, I don't want to say a certainty, but with plenty of opportunity. And now, Fnatic, they're the ones with chances. They're the ones with that advantage.
I mean, you saw there at the start of those replays there, the kill that Crims finds onto Xanta should never have gone his way. And that was a kill that closes the game out for Nemiga. That's a kill that gives them Ancient. But here we are, still on the map. And now the script has completely flipped on its head. It's Fnatic 3 map points. There's still their opponent's map pick away from them. All it takes is one round. You're still thrown towards where Cypher has been playing, but doesn't quite connect him here. He backs away just in the perfect time.
Jumping across it. Already seen the positioning change from Xanta. They're holding for the jump above the smoke. Again though, Fnatic with 3 opportunities to close out this first map and give them a real advantage in the series. Xanta aggressing, Cypher forced back. Early cave control now taken from Nemiga. Minute in, yet to see an opener, but that could change, and it will. Blame F, great kill there. Risky Bob gonna drop the molly. Blame F soon to fall. He doesn't have the util. Not realizing that, Cypher catching off Xanta. Great frag found there. We do have the AWP already here. So man advantage still back the way, or still the way of Fnatic. Cypher aggressing. Lear we get a freebie, but it's Khan to find. So Lear unknown now. Flashed in, Jambo forced back, and a great repivot in Nemiga. The aggression's excellent, and we see Sawalio finding Crims as well. The bomb is going to make its way towards B, and Fear in a 1 versus 3. Nemiga, they find 13. Step in the right direction.
Yeah, I think Fnatic doing a little bit much there. They had the advantage, and they just keep on trying to press the issue. But to a point where Nemiga, rather than looking to head towards any bomb site, they realize, okay, there's someone here. We can get this kill. We can make it. We can bring it back. But as soon as Cypher goes down, they throw another flashbang. Jambo's caught out. And I think Fnatic probably after Cypher finds that initial find, and they're in a 4 versus 3, just probably trust in your retakes, trust in your bomb site defenses that you'll be able to go on to win the round still, but just overcomplicated it for me. Still 2 chances to do it. We obviously saw what finances were like for Nemiga after they lost the first 2 rounds of the CT side, so Fnatic gonna try to hope to avoid that. And with Fear saving 1 weapon, it'll make things slightly easier at least.
Although Fnatic, they've got 2 opportunities here. And as I've mentioned, I doubt we're going to see it go the way of Nemiga. Fnatic surely can't score with this opportunity.
Nemiga looking early towards A. All 5 of their players here. Space towards B is being taken from Fnatic. They've got to start to realise this soon.
We do have Jambo playing from deep, but the smoke's landing now. Jambo reposition. Freebie for Jambo, so man advantage. Jambo nearly getting a second, but backing away. Being held. Nade landing. Jambo dead.
Yeah, just hopes for a swing before it seems. Surely had to be aware that He'd go down if he just stuck around. 4-on-4. I think there is a real world if Fnatic don't find anything soon, they could just go for a save.
Wouldn't mind that decision.
Play there, gets a double.
Speaking
Risky
of doubles,
gets 2 of his zone.
Pick of the bomb. Is there enough time for it? It's a 10-second stick. He gets it off it, but his teammate only had about, I think it was at 5 seconds anyway. Well, they will win the game. It gets awkward. It gets a bit uncomfortable. I don't know whether Crims would have had it, but they make the change and they win the round. Whether it would have had any implication, we're unsure. But Fnatic victorious here on map 1. They take their opponent's map pick of Ancient in overtime when we saw Nemiga have 4 opportunities in regulation. And now, they now have to face these final 2 maps with necessity. We need to see victory here for Nemiga or they face elimination.
Yeah, the fact that they should have closed things out. Should have been a 13-8 scoreline, but Xanta losing the 1v1 to Crims. It's pretty rough as it is, but you certainly can't blame it all on Xanta. The final rounds that come from there, you have 3 more opportunities. They go for an eco, they go for a half buy before getting 1 final full buyout. None of which were competitive, none of which were closed, and it felt like they allowed Fnatic to bring themselves back into that game. And as soon as we went to OT there, Fnatic felt like the better team. They looked like the better team. Every gunfight they were taking, they were winning. Every decision they made was perfect. And considering how poor their T-side was and how long it took them to really come online on that T-side, instantly 3 rounds found on their T-side of overtime, and it always felt like we knew where that one was heading as soon as we swapped sides there after that.
Yeah, and of course, now we move to Fnatic's map pick of Mirage. Obviously, in the 2-0 series that these two have played recently, Fnatic victorious, it was these 2 maps. Whether we'll see a repeat of that, though, is the question. And Fnatic, I'm sure that's what they'll want the result to be. But I'm sure Nemiga are going to fight valiantly. I feel like this was always going to be a close game. Always had the idea of 3 maps, and that's something Nemiga are going to have to fight for on Mirage. But as mentioned, we're going to be jumping to Mirage in a moment's time. But beforehand, we jump to a break. And back into the action now. It's going to be Mirage. It's the second map of the series. Obviously, Fnatic besting Nemiga on map 1. Obviously, Fnatic, they had, some really key players. Blame F obviously being so important for success. Jambo in the clutch, he had so many key moments. The opening duels, actually, for Jambo was what was so impressive towards the end, where he got that kind of double opener in middle and little things like that. Very impressive game from Fnatic, taking their opponent's map pick, especially when it seemed like their T-side, they were down and out. Of the 9 rounds played from the initial start of Nemiga's CT side, Nemiga won 8 of them. Fnatic needed 5 in total to push to OT, and they won those final 4 in a row. Absolutely brilliant from Fnatic. And now we move to their map pick.
Yeah, when you look at things and talk about the Fnatic's win rate on this map in recent form, on 5 on the bounce, most recent win was against Nemiga. Wasn't a very close tie though, went to overtime. So certainly don't think Fnatic can write this series off as done just yet. Risky, how has he got here? That's a freebie onto Jambo. Grim's going to try to open up something here towards A. Can find Lit. Is he going to expect a second in ramp though in Khan? No. Khan has been tagged away. It doesn't matter. 3 kills, 23 points of health. And Crims in the 1 versus 3. 2 players towards connector. Doubled up here. Smoke thrown. Khan's playing so deep, just giving up this bomb. Smoke fades. Crims will find the first. Will clear towards Xanta. Can't find him though. Great attempt from Crims, but Khan, what a pistol round. Completes the triple. Even on low HP, still finds the 2 players pushing towards him at ramp. Second round, we will just have an eco. Not anything being invested by Fnatic at all, I say, until Fear will go for the late Galil. Drops that over to Jambo, in fact. Interesting decision. Hero Galil on Jambo, but sure, I'm here for it.
Yeah, interesting, because it's been dropped across by Fear. He's just gone for Kevlar. I don't know if these type of decisions, I'm so back and forth with the idea of, because, okay, yes, Fear's going to be happy to play like a Mac 10 or maybe a Tech 9 or what have you in the next round. And you can deal so much damage economically. But at the same time, it's like, is this really worth it? Are we really going to see, enough financial damage for this to be worthwhile? That's my issue with this type of investment.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, won't we, as Fnatic do make their way out towards middle. Jambo spearheading this one. Nemiga happy to give up majority of this space towards middle as things stand. Lamef does fall early. Play towards short in risky. Bob will spot one out. Crims' Deagle finds Sawalio. Jambo, that's him gone with the Galil. And Fear's all that remains. Looks like it is just going to be the 1 kill found. And it was Crims' Deagle. Strikes, but nothing more. Nemiga, 2-0. It wasn't the full investment, but it's still not going to be a perfect buy here, as Jambo does just have that Galil out. Fear, obviously, on a Tech 9.
Yeah, obviously, I mentioned for Fear this was the risk of dropping that Galil across.
Liz actually having a look towards middle. Nothing's early out from Fnatic just yet, so Lear will back away towards A. Fnatic will still head out, just waiting for any early aggression from the CT that isn't actually going to come. And it's fake util towards A, while Fnatic can see if they can creep their way up towards short. There are 2 players in connector. Jambo finds one with a Galil. Risky finds one. Spray's not good enough to find Cypher as well. Fnatic can look to exploit towards Khan. AWP is posted. No need for Fnatic to rush this. They still do have an isolated Khan from the rest of his teammates. They're just going to wait for the players in apartments to group with one another.
Obviously for Khan, he's had a really good start, and Khan can find... That's a sick now for Khan. He's aware that there's most likely a player up short, and Crim's all alone now. Khan taken down though.
Top of the bomb for Crim. Swalio will creep closer. Oh, timing's great for Swalio. Crims goes down. Got a round from Khan. Had a good pistol round. Has a good third round here against the first weapon round of Fnatic. I like the call though. I like the idea from the tees. Fake util towards A while you silently creep your way up towards short. They get good trades on the players in connector. It favours the tees, but it's Khan's AWP that still resides over towards the B side of the map, and that's all the difference.
Obviously, Fnatic, this is their map selection. This is a map of which they feel comfortable picking. I think it begs the question, if Nemiga do find victory here on Mirage, Nemiga potentially giving up such an opportunity for the series, because they should have won on Ancient, shouldn't they?
Definitely were the team leading, definitely the team that had a great chance to do so, but weren't able to quite bring it over the line, and that was the issue. Seen some really close games from them before, but having a close game's one thing. Jambo's Deagle will be able to find one onto Xanta. Lamef in a 1 versus 3. We get found by Swalio. So just a couple of kills found. Nemiga continue their streak.
Obviously Nemiga, it's clear that they have really found disappointment in that loss throughout Ancient. They have come with a real level of threat here. We've got a double AWP in play. Risky feels like the big green could be the way to continue this streak of success. And there it is, Risky finding Crims. I think they'll realise, okay, well that's a secondary AWP. That isn't Khan, so maybe Fnatic should just look to try and speed things up, play as a unit. The slow nature, I don't think it'll be the best way to work this one. Top con smoke thrown. Like what we're seeing from the AWPs as well now. One towards the A-bomb side, one on B.
Xanta good as he get caught off it. Fit makes a lot of noise, pull bait out of the smoke. Obviously, would have been very dangerous if he did push any further. If he does lose that gunfight, that would have been the bomb going down on Fear as well. The disadvantage, Fnatic have 40 seconds to try to play with and discuss what they are going to do. Jambo's joining Cypher towards A. We've already got Swallow and Palace, as it feels like we're going to attempt to see this A split, but with 30 seconds remaining. Time is against them. Blame F here in window. Jumps across. We've only got Khan towards CT to worry about for now. They should be aware Swalio's in Palace with how undefended the bomb site is for now. Shadow spotted. Khan. Couple of wall bangs aren't going to connect. Swalio falls in Palace. So all square in this 4 versus 4. Jambo's AWP strikes onto Xanta as well.
Nice flashbang. Means nothing, Jambo. Reposting on the AWP, but Khan can take him down. No smoke on Molotov to try and keep the T's at bay. Risky now just trying to be a nuisance. Blame F will find him. They're taken down as well. AWP shot connecting again for Khan, but Cypher ready for the trade. Fnatic, they get their first round on the board now.
It comes from a disadvantaged hit towards A, split through connector. LameF does a good job just to stall out anyone being able to rotate in. This initial kill that Fear finds onto Swalio, that just makes that round 10 times easier. Knowing that you're not completely crunched in from so many angles. Just allows players to have a bit more freedom, as well as having BlameF towards jungle. You can see what that one round's done. Fnatic. A couple of their ecos have done some decent damage to some of the Nemiga players. We've got no money on Risky, Kant, Sawalio, and Lear. Got a pistol in play for Risky, no defuse kit. Dante's actually got a little bit of extra money. I'm not sure if he's just saving that for the orb. But still a few question marks. Why did he not just bring out M4? Why didn't he get a defuse kit? Only a few things to talk about, but it might not make a difference. But it's not a great buy for Nemiga.
What I think as well, it's more as in, why haven't you just dropped over an M4 to Risky, and then he could have maybe dropped you a weaker weapon if you want to play aggressive. Surely the only reason that we're seeing that, you know, the MP9 invested over a rifle is because he wants to play aggressive himself, which you understand, but then why hasn't he been dropped? Why hasn't he dropped a rifle across? Jammer with a no-scope, Sawalio trying to trade, but Fear ready out of the con smoke, and Fnatic, this is looking better.
And it all started thanks to that one round. Winning that. Money's not good for Nemiga. Gets swarmed upon towards A. I'm not sure if we're going to see any sort of a hunt from Fnatic. I probably won't imagine we will. And this is where maybe you're looking at Xanta's money and saying, okay, maybe we could go for somewhat of a buy now. The fact you've got a little bit of extra to play with. Could see an M4 purchased. I mean, a loss bonus isn't great, so Nemiga can't exactly drop over from Khan and Lear. But I still think the better play will probably just be to eco around these weapons. But Nemiga, I do want to discuss this. Maybe don't think it's as easy as that. Obviously, if they do eco, be Fnatic being able to bring their scoreline even closer.
Yeah, I don't think the choice is that easy. I think they do just need to accept, well, is it really worth investing around these weapons? I think the easy answer is no. The value on this investment is not enough.
Oh, we would just see Xanta purchase the armor and Deagle. So Lear and Khan. What are we going to see from these two? Khan's played quite heavily towards B in some of these early rounds. Lear is going to join him, so could see some aggression into the apartment. We are seeing the boost come through. Lear elevated nice and early. Space going to be taken very quickly here. In fact, it's just a USP Risky that's been boosted up, I believe. We've got both the M4 and the York towards short. BlameF finds Xanta's an easy second onto Swalio. Cypher finds Lear, and Khan might just look to save this orb once again. We'll drop over the M4 to his teammate, and another save mission as Fnatic find 3. Oro down. Quickly being able to bring themselves back into this. Money's looking very good for them now after winning this round. But they are looking to remove these weapons.
Yeah, Khan's 10-2. He's having an absolute stormer of a game.
Risky will find Fear at least, even unarmored. Quick find, Cypher taking down Risky, and Khan. He's going to start to feel this heat. Steps haven't actually been heard from Jambo. I somehow think he's going to be able to be safe. Well, Jambo just peeks towards the angle where he could have found Khan slightly too late. So the orb's been able to be brought across again. And see another investment from Nemiga now. And obviously spoke about Fnatic's recent form on this map. I haven't majorly touched on Nemiga's. Obviously, both teams' most recent game was against one another, where Fnatic did win that one 16-14. For Nemiga, they won 2 out of the last 6. Both their wins were against Incilio and Spirit Academy in very close games. But yeah, Nemiga have been a little bit up and down on this map. They've had some very big wins against sort of your OGs, your Paravisions. Had a really close loss to G2 as well. So certainly have seen some decent stuff from Nemiga on this map. But it's just been a little bit inconsistent. And I think it probably goes hand in hand with Nemiga's current consistency as a team anyway.
Yeah, Nemiga, again, we mentioned they've made these roster changes, plural. The most notable one and the most recent one obviously being Sawalio. The rest of this team has been pretty confirmed for the last year and a half, so you'd assume they're the side with better synergies in place.
Jambo does find Khan before the smoke blooms. Sawalio playing close to this. Will Crims even look towards this angle? Crims not fully. Oh, but Sawalio thinks he's already got the kill. Does turn. Jambo does fall due to it, but Crims is able to get that kill back and keeps things favored for Fnatic. Blame F knows that Risky is here. They know where one another are, but Blame F comes out on top. He's been an absolute madman towards this jungle position, and Crims wielding the Orb. Certainly not necessarily a player you'd normally want to wield this weapon, but he could get backstabbed here, as Xanta should be able to find a freebie. Crims does just look towards the angle, but too late. Still the chance for Nemiga.
Well, Cypher's going to be sent in to try and deal with this. It's going to be a flashbang. Great flash. Cypher, well, do they forget where they planted? They didn't plant for triple. They planted reverse default. And this is the issue that I feel like a lot of teams have, especially with the A-bomb site. It seems like teams, when they're wanting to plant for Con, or more like they're wanting to plant for jungle, and then they reposition to Con, they completely forget actually where they planted for. That's such a silly mistake from Fnatic, because that should have been a 4th. We should be looking at a 4-4 scoreline. It was a 4 versus 2, Charlie.
Yeah, big slip up there. I suppose mistakes are only going to be natural against these two teams, but that's certainly not one that Fnatic are going to want to have after they've been on good string of form here on this map, and momentum certainly did shift in their favour after the initial 4-0 start for Nemiga. It could have been Fnatic's opportunity to level this one up. Will get stopped for now. Both teams favouring, obviously, the CT side quite a bit, so I think it's important for Nemiga to win this half. Oh, great damage dealt there from Crims. Crims has been a real big focal point for Fnatic. Had a lot of important kills, a lot of important moments. So we are going to see this split up towards short. So much space taken in mid already.
Jambo. Already in ladder. We know this is just such a power position here. You get yourself in ladder, and the vast majority of the time you'll win those types of rounds because you can just pivot so easily.
Well, the nade to what finds the kill onto Risky. You've still got a low HP Xanta. Khan finds one. Same time Sawalio gets one. Khan shooting gallery towards short, making things look easy. Finally a missed AWP shot, and it costs Xanta his life. No scope attempt from Khan won't connect. Oh my god, quick flurry of kills here. It's non-stop. There's no time to settle. Fnatic do win the round.
Obviously Fnatic should have found a 4th in the last, but at least they find it here.
And Money's instantly in a rough spot again for Nemiga. Tactical pause out for Fnatic. This should be the chance. The international side have to level up this game. Level up their map, already leading thanks to that victory on Ancient, they have this chance to 2-0 things here, advance themselves to that semi-final spot.
Again, we can kind of pinpoint where the real kind of positivity for Fnatic's win rate here on this map. You can see in the last, I want to say in the last 9 games, they've won 8 of them. Obviously, there's some close victories. OT win against Monty, against Incilio, against Nemiga. But still, winning 8 out of the last 9, very impressive hit. Fnatic, obviously they do prefer the CT side. You can certainly understand why.
Well, there's 3 USPs, there is 2 Desert Eagles.
Fnatic should find their 5th hit. I'd be very surprised if Nemiga could make this type of round work.
I do just need to make sure they don't overcomplicate things here. Already lining up towards a B finish, and that would be the right play to be made. Lamef finds one onto Xanta. He's just looking to probe out towards mid, get some information before the call will be made. Fear going to be joining the rest of the team now. And Util starts to come over. Fnatic executing into an empty bomb site. Another round that they should just look to keep players alive. Make sure you got perfect buy for the rest of the half. Only going to be a couple of rounds remaining after this, but no need to make sure you got any weaknesses in those final 2.
Yeah, obviously for Fnatic, money's not perfect yet. And I think this round, it puts it in a place where they will be able to buy regardless. Obviously contingent on not having any more casualties. Grims, though. We'll get one more. Risky could find Blame F here. Doesn't hit that instant headshot, and I think we know what happens when you give Crims a little bit of, when you give Blame F a little bit of time, sorry. 5 found though from Fnatic. I feel like when you look at the general stats for Fnatic, they have a very weak T side, a 43% win rate on their T side. So when you look at how well things have gone, 43% win rate, that's kind of 7-5. That's what we're expecting, right? They're going to be moving to their favoured side. If they can get one more, if they can, worst case scenario, find 6, that's not bad at all, is it?
They'll certainly be pleased with that. Aggressive stance here from Nemiga. I like the change-up. Made sent in deep. Swallow steps should have been heard. And Slifer will just back away slightly. Suddenly going to be aware of this, communicating with Jambo. Exactly what he wants. There could be a flash thrown from Fear, perhaps. CTs do back off for now. Util's thrown over towards an A. There's quite a few defenders here waiting. Khan needs to be stopped with the AWP. Finds one on Cypher and drops back towards CT.
All about the patience here from Fnatic. They've seen the nades of the smokes. They've seen the spams. Just have a little bit more discipline. Khan could get caught. That's been found by Fear. Oh, Risky takes down Fear, though, so advantage goes the way of Nemiga.
Yeah, repositioning now from jungle towards CT. There's going to be 3 defenders coming from the CT position. Jambo back on the AWP.
Yeah, Blame F, he's under a lot of pressure, but he gets the first, so Walio just shifts into him. Minimal time here for the CTs. Blame F can't find another, but been able to delay enough. Crims gets taken down. On the AK here is Jambo. He gets the first. Needs to find the second and third, but no. Nemiga. They will find themselves 6. They deny Fnatic.
You can see how wary Jambo was to sort of look towards CT, despite that being where the majority of the Nemiga players were coming from, just because of the reposition. From what Fnatic were aware of, there was a fair few players coming from jungle and connector. And rather than Jambo getting posted up towards CT with the AWP, Blame didn't have a lot of space, which we've seen in previous executes towards A. And he just sort of tucked towards Sandwich, and there's not a huge amount of information that the T's have there. Sort of just hoping that players push into that crosshair. Great nade there. Thrown from Lear.
Oh, well, Beard as well to get a kill. He's searching for another, will get taken down. It's a full playthrough middle here from Nemiga. Base has been taken towards A, obviously, but Swallow needs to be dealt with, and Blame F. Blame F has been taken down. Swallow with another Cypher falling. Jambo now on the Deagle. Does have the AWP for this clutch. Tap of the bomb, though. Jambo. Oh, Jambo goes for the quick shot. Xanta is really playing with fire here. Double peek scene. Jambo on the Deagle. Frantic in this clutch here is Jambo. Lear will take him down. Nemiga win the half.
Yeah, final resurgence there from Nemiga, getting those last 2 rounds. Going to be a big change up. And again, I mean, what we see, just like what we've seen on Ancient, the trend is continuing where Nemiga have won every single pistol in this series. Fnatic, I still think 5 rounds is a decent spot for them to find themselves in. I think it's probably what they're coming into this and hoping they'll be able to at least get on this T side. They have been able to do so now. They do have a very good T side at this map. I think one thing that I do just want to see from Fnatic is, can they win 1 pistol? Everything's gone against them so far.
Yeah, the pistol rounds have been pretty basic as well. Not just on the T side, it seems like the CT setups haven't worked.
We do get to see this pistol, and Blame F gets aggressive towards top mid. 3 T's waiting. Blame F.
Oh, well, that's one way to deal with the pistol. Actually, just take the fight to them. When you've got players like Blame F, why don't you really take full advantage of his individual ability? Flash into CT here. Sawatli is searching for Jambo. Jambo just attempting to back away. He'll have a teammate joining him shortly, but Jambo on the fadeaway shot can find it. It's Lear. 1 versus 4. Glock spamming to Con, but not found. Fnatic, they do what you hope. They win that pistol.
Yeah, which has been granted here.
Can Blame F drop an AWP? I think he might be able to. Yeah, he can. He gets the defuse, so he can drop an AWP. I'd love to see an AWP in this second round for Jambo. Yeah, lovely. Exactly what I want. That's why he's obviously gone for the defuse, to allow him to drop the AWP to Jambo. I'm loving this.
And it's going to be the 4th by 4 Nemiga. It's an opportunity now for Fnatic to actually take the lead on this map, on their map. Not a huge amount of utility for Nemiga, so you imagine what we're going to see is what we're going to get. No fakes, nothing of the sort. We see util towards B. John's eye is going to be that B finish, but see the initial smoke here in middle just to block off any vision.
I think these are how you have to invest in these types of rounds. 3 rifles, 2 pistols. I would have preferred it being Tech 9s over Deagles. Don't get me wrong, the Deagle can connect well, but just to get an extra flashbang, maybe another smoke. Give you a real chance in the util.
Very passive from Nemiga. Not much utility remaining on Fnatic, to be honest. We do have a deep stance towards ramp from Fear. And he's now actually just taking the space as soon as we've seen Lear back away.
Oh, well, that's one way to deal with that short pressure. Cypher gets a double. Another missed shot from Jambo, but he will eventually connect again. Obviously found a player towards apartments in the process, and it's Lear. They know he was here towards T-spawn. Oh, great shot from Lear there. Doesn't have the bomb, he's just dropped into middle. He doesn't really have time for this. Potentially just going to be looking for the save, though. Fnatic should find 7, maybe even an 8th. Lear's got to be cautious. He could die off the time. Well, Baymef will find him before time.
Yeah, and 4's retrieved. Fnatic level up the game, and with this one just having to be an eco for all Nemiga, it's where Fnatic can find 8. Obviously, they are leading this series. If they can take Barrage, that will be them eliminating Nemiga. Or Fnatic advance to the semi-finals where they'll be facing off against Ents. But I think if Ancient's anything to go by, even if you're the team to hit 12 first, there's no guarantees.
Yeah, obviously as well, for Fnatic, they are on their preferred side, as I mentioned. They should find an 8th as well. There's not really a reason now why Fnatic can't take this map. Obviously, it is their map pick, so we alluded to the fact they're probably advantaged and they're probably feeling pretty comfortable, but that isn't always the whole story, is it?
Well, again, Nemiga just slowing things down. We're going to have 5 players dart across the map looking for individual gunfights. Lear not far off connecting there onto Blame. Blame goes back for the peek into connector. Still wanted to give up these fights. We'll drop the Molotov, forces Lear out into an uncomfortable spot. And it's now all on Xanta. Should be a clean round for Fnatic. It's going to be an important thing. You know that although Nemiga have looked a bit up and down on their T sides, just like Fnatic have, they certainly can cause some damage. So for Fnatic, make sure you've got a good amount of bank to sort of bankroll any sort of losses that you might suffer.
Yeah, and I think in moments like this, they've just got to ensure they don't have any casualties. Fit might not even be seen, as Jambo is holding. Jambo. Well, Xanta swings out wide, Blame F ready, same with Fit. So we will see that 8th B found now. Lead taken from Fnatic. 5 rounds away from closing out the series here now are Fnatic. They are in a great spot to do this.
Yeah, first real look in Nemiga's T side of the force behind the second. Didn't work out. Now they do have AKs, no AWP for Khan, but that shouldn't make all the difference.
Interesting. Slow played round here from Nemiga. They've got 2 towards top mid, 2 towards under. It seems like Khan's going to be backing away here towards A. Maybe just sending another smoke in middle. It is in fact the smoke towards top Khan, I believe. Lower Khan.
A couple of nades just dunking down onto Risky. Shipping him down below half HP. Cypher.
Nice find there from
Actually
Cypher.
anticipating that as well. Really great stuff from Cypher. If he peeks out any further, Risky could find.
Cypher needs to be cautious. Sawalio has found Fear here. Now Jambo feels a bit under pressure. Well, he's going to have the presence of Sawalio towards A. Also the players in middle. And with Cypher falling, it adds even more pressure to Jambo because that's someone who could have kept him alive, kind of kept contact going. Crims is holding for any boost. Crims will get a freebie. And the fact it's done silently, they know there's another here. Peeking here is Lear, takes down Jambo. 2 versus 3 now. Crims. We've got Crims and Blame F. These two have been keying clutches beforehand. Blame F sitting behind the Molotov currently, and he can take down the bomb. Okay, there's 15 seconds left. This is where Blame F can activate so nicely. 11 seconds. Trying to clear out for Blame F. Need to just hold towards CT. Sawalio, he's recovered the bomb now. Planting safe, and Blame F is just going to try and escape, but instead he doesn't realize how close Khan actually is. And Nemiga, they win their 8th. A big clutch there. A necessary refrag. I think if Blame F just holds the angle, he wins it anyway, but you understand what he's going for. There's no physical time for his opponent to plant. So Blame F, he runs away. But executioner style there from Khan. Takes him down, back of the head.
I mean, that's the thing. It comes down to a 50-50 gunfight, and Blame F doesn't like those odds. Wants to try to give himself a 100% chance of winning it, but like you said, doesn't realize how close Khan is. So the game will remain closely contested as Nemiga do deny Fnatic slipping away and bring things back level here. Sadly, Orb not able to be retrieved from Khan. And obviously, with that one being so close, neither team really have any money left. This round could count for 2.
Yeah, and obviously, for Nemiga, this is for survival. They need this round. Fnatic can find 10. And obviously, even if Nemiga find this, right? They put themselves 10 to 8. Still Fnatic on the favoured side. Still Fnatic with the idea and the opportunity to close out the series here.
BlameF finds one. In fact, it's Cypher to do it all. Just with the support of BlameF on the first, Cypher gets a triple hit. Nemiga's
gone down for nothing, though.
Ooh, Cypher has been tagged down and taken down. 2 players, 4v2. Or very close. Jambo's so hyper-fixated towards Palace that he just allows himself to get brought down oh so low.
Crims has got the bomb, though. Crims has got the bomb. He's known this for quite some time. Oh, Crims has missed the shots. Nade landing. Nice nade. Crims information. 17 seconds on the clock. They know they need to fight him. Oh, are they heading towards CT? Are they really heading towards B? Oh, what a call. 10 seconds. Swalio. Is he going to have enough time here? 4. He will get the bomb down. Okay, I like it. I really like it. There's a bit of risk. There's a bit of scariness about that decision, but it works. And again, but it's a 4 versus 2. Fear shouldn't be going down towards Underbulk. He should be getting one. I guess, obviously, Cypher's death you can kind of forgive. He's found 3 kills. He's given the round possibility to his team. But yeah, Jambo could have waited for the plant. I don't actually know why Fnatic and how Fnatic it falls so flat there. But Nemiga, they've got themselves a 9th. And as we said, could be a 2-for-1 as Fnatic. They might not feel comfortable investing unnecessarily around this AWP.
Yeah, it does just feel like we see Fnatic so close to winning that round that they sort of just throw caution to the wind. Oh, let's end it now. I think Cypher probably should have just actually tucked, not even looked to swing at all, and hope that Crims or Jambo can help keep him alive.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like it'd be harder. It was harder for Fnatic to lose that round than win it. Somehow we're here. Nemiga. They gain the lead here towards the final stages.
Like we said, that round was a bit of a 2-for-1, so Nemiga can go on to find 10. It is just Jambo's AWP that's been brought over into this round. Jambo with this AWP. Round purely relies on him. With a couple of upgraded pistols on Cypher and BlameF.
I like the fact they got Kevlar as well. If Jambo can find an opener, that's a retrieve weapon possibility. We got BlameF playing close. Taking space in middle here. And they've taken a shot there accidentally towards A main. Look how much space is being taken. Jambo just cleared all of this out. And BlameF going to be under pressure. It's all about... Oh, is Fear going to flash him in? Fear going to flash him in. Oh, the timing on this is crazy. 3 are blinded. BlameF gets 1. He doubles down. Can he find a 3rd? But he deals so much damage here. Khan. It is Khan on his own, effectively. 1 HP for both. It is a 2 HP 2v3.
I don't think I've ever seen 2 players on 1 HP at the same time. This is absolute madness. And Fear gets them both. What a round. What a call. I love that there from Fnatic. Brilliant stuff. Not a fan that no weapons would be able to be retrieved, though. As Fear throws away the AK, thinking he had a bit more time to pick one up himself. But yeah, what a call there. Just Fear investing in a flashbang. You got Cypher and BlameF with 5/7s in armor. And hearing the contacts. I mean, Fnatic looked so well prepared for that call and countered it perfectly.
Yeah, and obviously we mentioned it's kind of retrieved AWP. Jambo's the only one who can do anything. Jambo only gets the 1, but speaking of Jambo's kills, he finds one here. Fear as well takes down Khan. This is just the eco, though, from Nemiga. Crims with the HE grenade.
What should have been a attempt for Nemiga and Fnatic 2 rounds behind with their next investment out. It's going to be Fnatic with 10 and Fnatic with a round that they should win with 5 survivors. Swalio does find one with the Desert Eagle. That's all they'll be able to get. The AWP can be retrieved, so not too many issues. But you can see Money's being able to sort of keep Fnatic in a decent enough spot where they can get an investment out in the next, even if they do lose. Same can't be said for Nemiga.
Yeah, Obviously, Fnatic 3 rounds away from closing out the series and getting that spot in the semi-final. Obviously, the victor playing against Ents, certainly not an easy opponent. I think many will look at that Ents semi-final as a proverbial look at what a grand final could be. Not to say that I think the victor of that one will take the whole event, but I think a lot will look at that game with a little bit more of a contentious nature than FUT versus Botera. Knowing both FUT and Botera and watching them throughout the proving grounds, certainly the idea that both of those key teams could make their way through not only to the grand final, but also to a victory in said grand final.
What an important round this is for both teams, though. Got about a minute of play. No casualties found on either side. Crims aggressive towards middle. Lear will get taken down. There's some really great shots from Crims and Cypher.
I'm liking the combination that we've seen in middle. Feel like Crims and Cypher have done some work, but risky, important frag there. Getting the kill back. Getting the eventual trade onto Crims. Blame F. Is this B defender currently? I feel like this is a scenario that has been built for Blame F. 3 aggressing from apartments. He's got an M4, A4. Enough ammunition to get the kills. Enough opportunity and enough on the line. Here's Blame F. He gets the first and the second. Excellent from Blame F. And Cypher, as the backup to B, will find Sawalio. And it's a 1v3 for Risky. And all that can be done is a save. But Blame F, great sight hold there. And Jambo on the AWP to get the final. 11 for Fnatic. Finance is broken for Nemiga. An expected 12-9 scoreline that Nemiga will be devastated for. Remember, we should be looking at a potentially a 10-9 scoreline in favor of Nemiga, as obviously Nemiga, they fumbled against the kind of Kevlar and 5-7 investment. Yes, Jambo had the AWP save there, and it was the space that they took with Jambo's AWP that allowed for that round, but Fnatic, they shouldn't have won that one so comfortably. Nemiga now trailing, now with a decision, and now hoping that their little half-buy investment can yield fruit, because without it, Fnatic will have 3 opportunities to close out the series and make that push one step closer to not only the grand final, but to the trophy waiting.
Yeah, I mean, you said it should be this scoreline. Realistically, the scoreline should be a map up for Nemiga, if we're being honest.
Yeah, of course.
And the fact that we might not even get to train, might not even get to a map that we've seen such good things from both these teams in the last few months is a really scary prospect for Nemiga. It's going to be this hit through away. Jambo is posted. We'll spot one out. Nice find onto Risky. A lot of early information as well. Look at how many defenders are here already. Cypher in rotation along with Crims.
Great damage and Molly combination with the Tech 9 onto Fear. Flame has been chipped away at, but so is Xanta. 4 versus 4 now. Bomb plant. That's going to set the timer here. That's going to create some difficulty. Blame F. It looks like he wants to go through this. Just wait for the smokes to fade. You've got the weapon advantage, and there it is for Jambo. He finds one. Flame takes down Lear. Sawalio tucked away in Sandwich. Xanta has punched in the digits, but it's a 4 versus 2. And we've seen Fnatic lose these before, but certainly not to see them lose it here. As Sawalio needs a 1 versus 4. 21 points of health. Pre-firing, he gets the second, but Cypher swings wide enough to get the kill. That is 12 for Fnatic. Nemiga now needing 3 in a row on the T side. Otherwise, that is their time here in the proving grounds over. Fnatic.
Yeah, nice. I mean, it's a nice attempt from Sawalio to get a couple of kills, but there's just too many players there. Too many targets coming his way. Obviously, on map number 1, Nemiga had 4 chances to close things out there. They couldn't do it. We went to overtime where Fnatic eventually did manage to win things on Ancient. Fnatic have 1 less chance, but you could certainly make the argument they have looked a bit more convincing here.
Obviously, Nemiga having not only 4 chances, but 4 chances on their favoured side of Ancient. Now, Fnatic, they've got 3 on their favoured, the CT side. Again, it's going to be Crims and Cypher looking to take some space towards middle, but space and fights on the B-bomb side for Nemiga. Khan, deep reposition. In fact, he falls so heavily back And that's what baits Jambo into that peak. Cypher through the smoke and fine. Timing for Cypher's brilliant. And look at BlameF. BlameF has taken all this space. He is going to be such a fast flank here in apartments now. He's worried about late play from TV. But it's all about how long can Cypher spam and get away with it. Lear. Oh, Lear's taking contact. He's taking a fight. And Lear caught off guard. Crims can find it. Now BlameF can activate. There's a flank from BlameF. Crims just needs to try and keep himself alive. They just need to take attention away from BlameF. But he's so late here. This is when the T's might recognize a flank could come through. Oh, and they line up for BlameF. He gets 2. Sawalio's 2 HP. It's a 1v4 for Sawalio again. He fires off the first shot. It's the defuse coming through, but Crims takes him down. Fnatic victorious. And they get that spot in the semi-finals.
I mean, for a brief moment there, it looked like we were going to see a save. The fact that Fear jumped out from short towards middle, not even into window, as if he was looking to reposition, and it felt like the Lear kill kind of spurred Fnatic onto that. I don't know whether that was the case or not, but regardless, a great retake. BlameF, I mean, showing that patience is a virtue. What a double kill from him, and that just put things into motion there. 13-9, a close overtime victory on Ancient, and Fred, we were coming into this quarterfinal, we're coming into all of these quarterfinals, frankly, and saying they could be long, close 3-mappers. We looked at this one in particular. We've seen the head-to-head between these two teams where they played about a week ago. It was also a 2-0 for Fnatic, and it was the exact same situation, a very close series between these two teams, and it just shows how hotly contested both rosters can compete against one another. But unfortunately for Nemiga, again, Fnatic just have that one up on them.
Yeah, and I think BlameF was obviously such a key component of that. I think he ended the game with 52 kills, and I want to say 52 kills and 31 deaths. I think that's what it's. HLTV is going to be a little late to fully update to that. But yeah, BlameF, what a game he's had. Now, Charlie, we can see the semi-finals. We got Ents to face Fnatic, FUT against Patera, and obviously the two victors of those games fighting off against the grand finals. And that is all going to be played out tomorrow, as we'll be kicking things off at midday UK time, 1 PM CET. We're unsure as to what the scheduling is for it. I think we just got to wait and find out which game's being played first, which one's second. But I'm really excited. We're going to be on that first match. We're going to get to see one of those semi-finals, and obviously we'll just stay tuned for the remaining 2 matches. But I'm so excited to see how these semi-finals go. And I think when you look at all 4 of these teams that have made their way through, I think every single one, arguably, have kind of really earned their spot here. For FUT, they're a team that have looked really good. The recent roster change of Launix has been really key. Patera probably shouldn't even be here. They should have lost to TNL, but somehow, some way, they made that 12-0 down comeback on Overpass, gave them that map in the series, and obviously besting ESC in a very dominant fashion. Many have seen ESC being one of the most dominant teams in the Tier 2 scene, and Patera, they absolutely destroyed them. So obviously both teams there, very, very necessary and very kind of understanding as to why they've qualified. And obviously we know what Fnatic and Ents can do, and we understand how that one's gonna, why these two teams are deserving. But Charlie, any final remarks from you?
Yeah, I mean, in general, look at these semi-finals now. I'll be honest, I'm fully locked into the fairy tale story of Patera, just sort of making it work from the initial round of 16 game against TNL that it felt like they had no right winning. They're losing 12-0 on Overpass to coming back and winning that map. I mean, the storyline, if Patera could do it, would be absolutely unreal. So I'm sort of fully locked in on that. I mean, whether it's a bit of sort of delusion, we'll have to wait and see. But I'm already super impressive that Patera are here. There's some really heavy-hitting teams that they've taken down. There's been some really heavy-hitting teams that we've already had to say goodbye to. I mean, BetBoom being a big one, Shaw on the other side of the bracket, of course. Yeah, it's been super exciting that we've seen, frankly. And I think as we do approach these semi-finals, like you said, I don't exactly know what one we're going to be watching yet, but I don't really care. I'm buzzing for both of them.
No, exactly. I think we're just going to have excitement regardless of what is going to happen. But obviously, in around 24 hours time, we're going to have our champion and we're going to have our victor crowned here in obviously season 4 of the Proving Ground. So make sure you guys set your alarms for tomorrow, because we're going to be seeing all of the action unfolding then. But sadly, that's been it from us tonight. I hope you enjoyed, and we'll see you tomorrow at midday UK time for those semi-final matches.